Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining me on Burn the Corporate Fiction. I almost did not do a stream tonight. It's mine and my wife's anniversary, and so we went out to dinner, did all that lovely stuff. And but of course, I did not want to, neglect to visit with my subscribers. So I decided to do I'm not sure how long it's going to run tonight, but there are some things I've been wanting to talk about, and so we're going to talk about them. And I have the Unidozer with me tonight. How are you doing, man? His headphone's been messing up, so it's going to be hit or miss, I guess, with him being able to respond. Can you hear me? Right. Well, either way, he'll be back with us whenever he gets the headphone thing worked out. But I did take down last week's video for several reasons, and one of the most important reasons is that that type of negativity is not what this channel is going to be about anymore, right? Because it solves nothing, it does nothing but to sit and bitch and complain about things. And when you're getting intellectually shit stomped by somebody, and so you have to resort to low blows or things that are entirely irrelevant to the conversation that's being had, right? And has no bearing on your ability to respond to the questions that are being asked. And I am referring to my father and his inability to respond to the questions I was asking him. He had to go low blow, right? That's not an actual debate. That's not a conversation. That's just somebody being childish. So we're not even going to get into that because that's negative. What we are going to speak about tonight is realistically, what is a government created for? Right? So why do we have a government? Okay. So governments didn't create themselves. And I can show you this. I can show you this by going back to the way that Roman civil law originally was instituted. Okay. It started as arbitration, and attendance to the arbitration hearing was voluntary. Like Rome didn't even begin to make attendance by the defendant mandatory until they seen that people were actually giving credit to the idea of a court system. So very tentatively, and you can do your a treatise on judicial writs and processes, which I have a copy of that book from the late 1800s, and you can read it, and he goes through the whole history of court system, both Roman civil law and Anglo-Saxon common law, and he explains how these began. Right. And so like the court had to even see that, because ultimately the people are the authority. There's a maxim of law that says the voice of the people are the voice of God. So culminatively, the government being created by the people in every instance, regardless, because as Thomas Jefferson said, the just powers of the government are derived by the consent of the people. You can never have a government without agreement to be governed. So why do we have government? Well, I'm sure many of my viewers would say we don't fucking need government, right? Fuck government. I see you're back with us.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just went in the house.
Okay. Well, how are you doing tonight before I go on my rant?
I am doing well. I think I heard you mention that you dropped the stream from last week. Is that true?
I did.
Okay. And yeah, I could tell you from listening to your streams, there's been 3 streams now, and that was the 3rd one where you and your father kind of get into it.
Well, because you come to a point where idealism, and that's kind of where I'm getting to with this, where idealism clashes with realistic expectation. Okay. Yep. So like the people that run the world or even control the judicial systems, they make up a small percentage of the population, right? At the same time, those of us on this side of it, where we can see what's being done, how it's being administered or carried out, right? And we discuss it, talk about it, analyze it, come up with, discuss problems, come up with solutions. Also, we make up a very small percentage of it, even though this percentage has been growing, which has its ripple effect into the general public. Obviously, just the very collective consciousness aspect of it, right? And beyond the collective consciousness aspect of it, we have these modes of conveying information that apply to the short attention span of modern society, such as reels and tweets or whatever they're called now, X, whatever, right? And that's, a minute to a minute and a half. So the more people that are on our side putting this stuff out, the more we affect just the regular people. But the majority of people are just in the middle there, right? Between those who run things and those of us who think that we are fucking God because we can see the way things are running, right? And that is the problem with our, if people ever realize this, I'm not sure. But our side, what we call the truth community, is actually the most rigid, stringent, right, prejudicial group of people on the planet. If you haven't figured this out, then I don't even want to hear what you have to say, or I know better than you, right? Or everything is shit, and if you don't know that, then you have nothing to tell me, right? And so like they become so up their ass with their own knowledge, and no offense to my subscribers or anybody listening, but you think you have it all figured out. Now, all of us do at one point in time, right? Until we humble ourselves and say, you know what, maybe I don't have it all fucking figured out, right? And that's the thing with, so they just all have to be working together, right? That, well, let me ask you this, and I'll ask you specifically, Unidozer, if they were all working together, why do they not already have it all completely controlled?
They're no different than the truther community. I think that they feel like they have control because they have like such a strict hierarchy built in, and you know they think that they got all their minions like set up with the reward system that they want to use to keep them in line, so that they will go down the ladder to subjugate everybody below them, because everybody's basically. It's almost like the system only works if you can buy people off, in my opinion. I doubt if very many people are ideologically like committed to
true.
it.
That is true mostly, and I'll agree with you on that, but it's not true 100% of the time. And there's some people who maybe are already wealthy, like we're seeing now. You have already wealthy people now who are disinterested in joining the other wealthy people in doing what they're doing because, one, they don't need their money, they can't be bribed, and secondly, they don't agree with what's being carried out. You know, we're going to get into that tonight. Like, for instance, a good example is Mark Cuban bought a town in Texas, whole town, bought a town because they're all municipal corporations. So he took control of a municipal corporation in anticipation of Kamala winning and bringing in communism. That's the only reason he did it. I'm convinced that's the only reason he would do it, because he knows, he knows that he's going to go to basically being a feudal lord under Kamala Harris.
Was he going to rename it Utopia?
Exactly. There you go. And that's the idea, right? So you have these people that understand the way the world really works, and then you have these idealistic people of utopia, right? And so now, while utopia is the origin of communism, utopia is also the origin of extreme trutherism. But I know that's going to piss people off, but think about what I'm saying for a second, okay? So extreme trutherism, right? You expect everybody to be intelligent and dedicated enough to learn the law and learn the facts and learn everything that's going on, to be able to be educated and intelligent in making decisions regarding their daily life in society and regarding their family. You expect them to be as intelligent and experienced at doing that as you are, right? Even though you make up a small fraction of the population, because most people just aren't cut like that. Most people are infants. They're infants, man. It's a fact. I mean, how many reels and tweets and everything do you see a day, right? Or whatever they're called, right? How many different videos do you see a day of people just doing shit that are like, oh my God, my child wouldn't do that? They're everywhere. You kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's almost like they need everybody to be a degenerate short attention span narcissist. It's what they need.
The funny thing about how the enemies did it is, yes, they needed that to happen, but it didn't take much for them to cause it to happen. They just took away the need to not be that by becoming your parent. Yeah. Do you understand what I just said?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Right? Because ordinarily...
Because I'll save you. Don't worry. If you fall down, skin your knee, don't worry. I'll be here to take care of you. I understand.
Yes. Yeah. So merely they just created an environment to allow what was already naturally there to flourish. And I'm not trying to be pessimistic about mankind, but I'm just saying that it's a developing species, mankind is. We all are developing, and we're at different stages of development. And then we start to get into the spiritual aspects. Do you believe in reincarnation? You know, do you think that your soul evolves over several lifetimes, or do you think it's one and done? Well, guess what? Nobody actually has concrete answers to that. I have my own views on it. You have your own. But what we do know is what we witness in real life, and that some people are born just naturally wise, mature, and intelligent, and other people are born just like, why are you here? Right?
I could see that, yeah.
Right. And so you have this great vast, and so the original question I asked at the beginning of the show is, why do we have government? Okay, so man, and it says in the Declaration of Independence, and when I say man, I don't, man includes woman, because the word man is in woman, and mankind is not just men, it's women also. So when you say man, you're including woman, not in a gay trainee way, but, you know, in the actual proper way. And mankind is a constantly evolving species made in the image. Well, it depends on your personal beliefs, but at the end of the day, right, is we what's the word? We expand across the spectrum between stupid and intelligent. So when we talk about why government's instituted among men, man originally instituted the first government amongst themselves, whether you say that's when Cain established the city of Enoch or whatever other, you know, wherever you trace the origins. If you go back to Hammurabi in Babylon when he created the Hammurabi Code, right? Or whatever you want to say, like, this is when, okay, so we're going to come together in society. So you say, why do we come together in society? Well, quite simply, and Thomas Jefferson said this, in order for our original system of government in this country to work, the common law system to work properly, every single person in this country would have to be a farmer. You have to be a farmer. Because otherwise, the whole idea is your property and your relationship to your property, okay? And that determines your status. Okay, so you either have to be on the level and doing business with other people, exchange, you know, absolute equivalency for what they're giving you, never incur any debt whatsoever, right? And then you can remain free. And what that would include is either having such a spectacular trade, right, that it's in such demand among everybody that you're able to, you know, not only sustain yourself but make yourself wealthy, or you're a farmer. And what that means is you don't really need anyone else. Okay, but when you get into city life, and if you look at it, now we start to get into the origins of the Civil War and what that was really about. You had the highly industrialized manufacturing North and the very self-sufficient and wealthy South. And everybody in the North is codependent on one another. They're subject to contracts with their municipalities, with the factories that they're working at, all because that's how that works. Okay, you're becoming dependent on somebody else for your livelihood. You go work for a job or a factory or whatever, you're becoming dependent on them for your livelihood. You enter into an equitable relationship, right? And that contract determines the nature of your relationship. And then you get even more deep into how are you being paid, right? Well, back in the day, it was, you know, gold, silver, whatever. Then it became gold, silver certificates, right? But the whole idea is without that company, what happens if that company goes under? So say you're a manufacturer and you manufacture, I don't know, say refrigerants items, right? Or cars or whatever, right? What happens if your company goes under? What life skills do you have?
Yeah, no, I know exactly where you're going with this.
How do you maintain independence from other people without entering into an equitable relationship with them and depending on them for sustenance, for the care of yourself and your family? How do you do that? So now you get into a whole new complicated realm of society, don't you? So you have, this will work if everyone's farmers, okay? And it will. If everyone decides to be farmers and they work day to night, dawn to dusk with their families, they work their hands to the bone on their own land, then everybody can be free under common law, no problem, right? Because you don't need anybody else. What do you need your neighbor for? It's my land. Get off my land. I'll shoot you, okay, right? And I don't need you for anything. I don't need the government. We don't need a government. That's how the Amish actually live. And guess what? Interesting to note, the first time in history, Amish voted this election, by the way. But
I have no idea how that works, because that would mean that you're registered to vote. And if you're registered, it doesn't make any sense. I'm actually kind of surprised that they even have that.
Well, I can explain to you. They get homestead exemptions, which is what sovereigns would get under this government, because we are territorially occupied, as we talk about all the time on this channel, by a foreign corporation, right?
Explain that more, the homestead exemption.
So the homestead is basically taking it back to that's your domicile, but they don't have a lloydial title in this. We don't have a lloydial title in the country anymore, right?
How did they lose it?
That's actually a good question. I'll have to look into that. But
yeah, because to me, if they get a homestead exemption, that's no different than a church getting a 501c3, and then you might as well be praying at the DMV.
Actually, not the same, because the homestead exemption you can actually get, like if you do the paperwork we talk about on this channel, right, and you do that and you take it down, the first thing they're going to offer you instead of your allodial title is a homestead exemption. And see, so the whole idea and the reason that's what they would have taken is because generally the alternative is a fight. So it's just easier to be like, okay, take the path of least resistance, right? And the way they probably got them to agree to it in the first place is either by deceit or threat of force. And nobody's questioning that, right?
Yeah, but no, that makes sense.
My point is the way that they live is how everyone would have to live. And I guarantee you that most people listening to my voice right now would not be able to live Amish. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to. Okay. So they could be 100% free, right? But you're not going to be able to live. That's hard ass work. That's huge sacrifice. That is actually sanctity, right? And that is real conservatism. Right? Conservatism. So my point in this is that then we start to discuss the purpose of society. Well, why do we create societies? Why do we have codependency? Well, it's so that mankind can express, so mankind can enjoy the artistic expressions of mankind. Right.
Yeah. So, leisure time. Yeah. I know what you mean.
It's not even just leisure time. You create work out of things that would ordinarily never be possible. Art.
Right. But that's where the arts come from. I know what you're going at.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, I could almost say that you're making the argument that common law doesn't work in a society once you go from an agrarian type of society to something more specialized, where you have a lot of different interconnectedness and dependency. All of a sudden you need to have contracts, and the only way to do contract law couldn't really necessarily be done through common law.
Okay, so and I had considered that originally also, but here's the thing about it is that your society, even if you're an Amish community, that one community is determined by the communities around you. Okay, and so they do live under common law. That's why they don't have to do all the shit that the average United States citizen has to do, right? But you have to remember that we're territorially occupied by a foreign corporation. It is what it is. Okay, and like I said to you before we started the show, it's going to take several lifetimes. It took several lifetimes to get us into it, and destruction is always much faster than recreation. So it's going to take us twice as long to get back out of it. And you and I and anybody listening to this channel right now will never see us get to where we think our nation should be or where it was originally in our lifetimes. All we can do is the same thing that the people on the other side do, and they work towards their goal, even though they know they'll never see it in their lifetime. That's what makes them such a formidable enemy, okay? And as far as common law not working, it 100% does. It is the default jurisdiction. So underlying your ability to enter into a contract exists at common law. Before you enter into the very first contract, before your birth certificate's ever signed, okay, you are under common law. You are already under a system of societal law based on natural law. It's called common law. And so your very right to contract exists under common law. So we use the common law as a base. But the biggest problem with most people that study law or that, learn we'll just call it the truth community, is they don't understand that all of the laws exist and are dependent upon one another in some form or fashion. So common law is the base. Then you expand from there based on contract. Okay, but you can always take it back to common law. So common law, and so this country is the only country in the world that allows you to have that path back, because it is the only country in the world where there is no monarchy, and the original lawful framework of the country was set up upon the concept of the people as the sovereignty. So the power comes from the bottom up, not the top down. And so no matter what, you'll always be able to get back to where you want to be through your own efforts of study and research and understanding. Like, I know a lot of people expect me to just spoon feed, and that's fine. I do as much as I can to help people, but nothing is ever going to replace you actually studying the law. And it's there. It's there if you want to reclaim it. But you know what's interesting about that is you'll find that when a nation is prosperous, okay, and without calamity, that the people seldom want to even look at that stuff. If they can pay their bills, they enjoy their lives, they take care of their families, and they're prosperous. They don't care. They don't care if they have, and that's what it all boils down to. You see what I'm saying? The only reason people, there's been such a huge shift into this understanding of how everything works is because society has been made so intolerable. The very reason why 20, 30 years ago, you could never get anybody to listen to a word of something like this is because nobody had any problems.
Well, okay, so this goes back to your age versus my age and the differences. So we're probably 20 years apart. And like I said, I was in college in the 90s when Randy Weaver was attacked by the ATF, and then you had Waco, Texas, you had Oklahoma City bombing, and then you had a lot of problems going on in Montana with the Freemen, and there was a huge push to do what you're talking about now. I don't know if it was the same, if it was because wasn't paying attention. I didn't understand it then. It was only until hindsight later that I started to realize, the government needed all those situations in order to because they saw something coming, because a lot of people were angry.
Well, it tried to come and it failed.
Yeah, it did.
And here's the thing, it did really fail, and I want people to understand this. I may lose subscribers for this, but I 100% know we just fucking... Okay, so like what Andrew Jackson said, and let me tell you guys this, that Andrew Jackson was one of the greatest presidents this country ever had. He wasn't perfect. Everybody learns about the Trail of Tears and what he did to the Native Americans and boo fucking who, right? Like conquest was a brand new thing when it came to, Europeans, and didn't exist since society fucking existed, right? But whatever. Mm-hmm. One of the greatest presidents ever. And he shut down the central bank in this country. Okay, he's the only president who has actually ever gotten the national debt cleared. We were in the positive. When Jackson left office, we were in the positive for the first and probably the only time in the history of this country. Jackson got us in the positive. We had a surplus. Okay, and then you had the Jacksonian banking era, all the way up till Lincoln. Okay, and really to the Federal Reserve, right? But the Civil War put us back under and opened the door, obviously, as everybody knows, for the Federal Reserve, the 14th Amendment, all that stuff. Guess whose portrait was in the Oval Office during the first term of Donald Trump?
I hope it wasn't Lincoln, but I think it was. Was it Jackson?
No, it was Jackson. It was Jackson.
That makes me feel a lot more comfortable, because he did make a comment about Lincoln that a lot of my friends were like, if you know Lincoln's history, you're not so sure about that.
Well, Lincoln had his redeeming qualities. Honestly, Lincoln ultimately was a tyrant and a scumbag, but his problem was he was idealistic and he was stupid. He was used by the establishment. That's ultimately why they had to kill him, because he wasn't a willing tool. He was just an idealistic. He would be the equivalent of today's libtard, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for the time, I agree.
Yeah, so he was the libtard of that time, right? And he was given this ultimate executive authority, which no president in history prior to him had ever had, which was executive authority, executive order authority, which is basically imperial decree under a fantastic made-up state of martial law, which the Constitution nor the Articles of Confederation Neither of them actually supply conditions for a martial law or the suspension of the very thing that created the government in the first place. How does a government suspend its organic framework? That doesn't make sense, right? And so, but see, in the way that I say that, and it makes no sense to people listening to me, but it's so clear and just common sense to me, is in the same way that like why governments exist and we have these transitions in the first place, because we have like the things that I say. And so, and this is the other thing I was going to bring up. My wife, she was having trouble with something last night. I'm not going to put her business out there, whatever. And I'm trying to console her, make her feel better. And she actually told me to shut the fuck up because I don't understand what you're saying, because I'm talking to her like a lawyer and I don't even realize I'm doing it. And that's what that's like, and I'm not being like arrogant or like trying to be like what I'm saying is like when you understand the way law works and the way it's the fundamental, the way these people do on both sides, right? It's so foreign to the average person's thought process. Okay, so like if we were to get this country where I would want it to be and where it should be, within my lifetime, every single person would have to know what I know, like within the next few years.
They'd have to also have a foundation of morality too.
That's what I'm talking about. It all goes back to morality.
Yeah.
It goes back to honor. Your word meant something. Why do you think you actually have to put up money for bonds now? Why do you think that people actually have credit scores? Like the whole concept of a credit, the fact that but guess what? Guess what? Back when the country in the early 1800s, back when we were what we were supposed to be, right? The bad credit people were called paupers, and they had overseers of the poor, and they were infants, and they were controlled by these overseers of society. They were not free people, okay? They were controlled, and they were funded by the church, right? And so that's how that works. If you can't do your own business, if you don't know the law, you can't pay your bills, you can't honor your obligations, and you have no idea how to keep your word, you can't be free. And guess what? We have a whole fucking nation of.
Yeah, they would call that a poorhouse. They had poorhouses back then.
It is exactly a poorhouse. Well, in Michigan, they called them overseers of the poor, the people who controlled those people. That's how they escheated everybody's property to the state. As soon as you came to them for a benefit, your estate was forfeit. That's how they do it. He who accepts the benefit accepts the duty. And duty has the same etymological root as debt. So as soon as you accept the benefit, there's no such thing as a free lunch. This is literally what Roosevelt's people talked about prior to him instituting the New Deal programs. So there's no such thing as a free lunch. So we're going to use the free lunch principle to get everybody roped under 14th Amendment citizenship. You know, we're going to create an economic condition that causes them to be starving to death en masse. And then we're going to offer them welfare benefits in exchange for their agreement to be a United States citizen. And that's how they got rid of the problems that, like, say, 1922 Long versus Rasmussen caused, where Edna Long was not a federal citizen. She was a state citizen, and the IRS tried to come and take some of her shit. And the court had to blatantly say, like, the revenue codes are for taxpayers, not for non-taxpayers. You know, the non-taxpayers, Congress does not even presume to deal with them. They have no jurisdiction over them because they're not contracted with the creation of the creation. Okay, the state is our creation. Then the federal government is the creation of our creation. It's our grandchild. Okay, the only way you can end up under the jurisdiction of that is to contract with them in an inferior capacity for some sort of benefit. They have to give you something because that's what makes a contract valid. So they say, hey, we'll give you a retirement. Yeah, we know that things have become as such that you cannot plan for your retirement or, you know, maybe be able to feed your family as well right now. So we'll give you these welfare benefits. We'll give you Social Security. We'll plan for your retirement for you. Okay. And when you do all of those things, you become personnel of that organization. You forfeit your sovereign capacity. You can no longer claim that I am free and I'm in control of my own estate, when you're accepting a benefit for your own survival or the survival of your estate from another entity, you can't.
And I don't see how you can even get back to that because we aren't even using real money anymore.
There you go. So now we start.
I mean, they almost have you trapped at this point. I mean, if I had my choice, I would say I don't need any of your benefits. I mean, I'm not in debt in any way, shape, or form. So why can't I just be free? Why do I have to have a license plate? I mean, why do I have to pay property taxes? It's just like, you know what? I pay my debts. I've never been to jail. I've done what I'm supposed to do in life. And, you know, and I've never been in debt. It's like, I don't get it.
Let's address TL Orca for a second. Common law is founded on British laws. Actually, no, that's not true. Britain, or what you conceive of as Britain, was formed around common law. Common law was never written down. It's defined as the practices and customs of the people from time immemorial, and it was never written down till 1215. And that was in response to a conquering from the Normans, William the Conqueror in 1066, introducing the antithesis to common law into Western Europe, which was written law, which was statutory law, which was the law of private conscience. It's basically one guy or a group of men saying, hey, we know better than you do, so we're going to tell you how to live your life. And so everything from that point in time onward has literally been a battle and an attempted synthesis between those two streams of law, because to a certain degree that is correct, right? So you can say common law could be, say, the Babylonians throwing their children into a fire for Baal, right? And that was practices from time, and they were serving a dark entity, and they probably got benefits from it, right? And it worked out and all that stuff, right? But those were morally and ethically wrong practices, even though those would be the common law of that society. So you have these two streams of law. And so what it ultimately comes down to, and I know my viewers hate to hear it, but it's the Bible and the Torah, basically. And there's a reason that Jews have always been the lawgivers and the law keepers, like literally since the beginning of recorded history, right? Because there is actually a set of law. And so when you read about the Sanhedrin in the time of Jesus, through like Christ's crucifixion and the way that trial went and the law behind it, which I started to get into one night on here, and maybe we'll get into it tonight once we get through this other stuff. It's pretty much common law. But the whole thing is people in there, when you asked about morality or when you spoke on morality, it's like common law has to be, you have to have that compass. You have to have that moral compass, and that has to be tied to what everyone can agree, whether you want to admit it or not. You can be difficult and say, well, some people are born serial killers or whatever, right? But okay, so there are exceptions to every rule, but the exception is never the rule. The rule is never the exception. Most people know what's right and what is wrong before you're even a teenager. You know that to take another kid's toy is wrong. You make them cry, right? Now, if the kid snatches your toy and pushes you down, you walk up and punch him and take it back. Do you feel like what you did was wrong? No. There you go. It's common law, basically. It's essentially it. And it's never been written until 1215. And when they wrote it in 1215, we talk about the infected trust law. But the whole thing turns out that this is a big plan to balance the two streams of law, okay? And that's like what we're coming to. So they almost finalized their national communism. People have no idea what a bullet we just fucking dodged. I swear to you, you don't. And I know most of my viewers are going to be like, oh, you're falling for the Trump thing. And so here's the thing I have to say to you. I don't fall for shit. I do my own thinking, and I've done more research in my lifetime than probably many of you have ever even thought of doing. And no, that's because I had more time on my hands at certain points in my life due to my own decisions or whatever. But whatever, you know, the point is I challenge anybody who thinks I don't know what I'm talking about when I tell you that this is not what the establishment wanted. I challenge any one of you to debate me on law. What's the origin of law? Where does authority come from? How is law written? How is it enforced? Right? Where does the American law come from? Okay. How did we get our system of law? How has it been transformed? Right? Who wants to debate me on this stuff? Because you're more than welcome. More than welcome to come up here if you think I'm stupid and you know better than I do. You're more than welcome to debate me. We can have a conversation on anything that you want. And I don't care if you're a lawyer, judge, or just an average Joe. We can have this conversation because I can guarantee you from the bottom of my soul that I will make you look stupid. No offense. But you offend me in the first place and telling me you think that I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm falling for some sort of psychological propaganda or deception. Which, trust me, if you don't think that's the first thing I look for, but there's too many inconsistencies, and I analyze everything scientifically. Honestly, I do. Logically, really, even beyond scientifically. Just pure logic.
When it comes to Trump, you know, if you go back and you look at his first term and what he wasn't able to accomplish and what he actually did, you're going to be hesitant this time around. I like what he's saying. I think he's putting in certain people that I want to see in there.
That's because I thought the same things, honestly. I did. So just hear me for a second and respond to this, right? You have to realize this man's 70-something, right? Well, how old is he? He's fucking old.
78.
Right? Okay, there you go. He's almost 80. Okay.
Yep.
He has lived a privileged life. He'll be the first to admit that to you. And he's always made peace with both sides of everything. He's never caused too much waves on either. Everybody likes Donald Trump. It was only when he ran for president that he became a problem. And the reason he ran for president, and he said this earlier in the 90s, he said, I would only jump in and run for president if things got so bad that I thought I needed to. And that's the only reason he did. So when he jumped in to run for president, became president, nobody thought, even me, I was at the most negative, evil, pessimistic place in my life. I hated humanity when he won the presidency. And I remember watching him win, and I said, that wasn't supposed to fucking happen. Everybody was sure Hillary Clinton was going to win. Hillary Clinton was so sure she was going to win. Everybody, all the baby eating, blood drinking motherfuckers were for sure. They had their people in there. And he won, right? And I said, that's not supposed to happen. So that's not supposed to happen. And I remember thinking that too. I was like, I knew it in my soul. I'm like, that wasn't supposed to happen. But now you have this guy. He's not a Washington guy. Okay. He's not a DC guy. He's not a political, one of the fellas. He doesn't know anybody. He doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. So that's why he fired so many fucking people the first time around, because everybody was trying to throw this person, that person. He was listening to this person. He's listening to that person. And these people turned out to be just fucking deep state fucktards, right? So he fired an unprecedented amount of people the first time. So what was done was actually brilliant. It was brilliant. And I'll tell you why. And you can disagree with me, but like I said, we can have a debate on law, because I know where even the president gets his authority to write an executive order from. And I challenge anybody to explain to me how that happens and actually explain it the way I would explain it, because that is what I know exactly how he has that authority. And I can explain it using law before this country even existed. Can you do that? Nobody can do that, right? So go ahead and disagree with me. But let me tell you, this was brilliant, because what happened was, now he knew, because of the shit that he was doing, they unleashed COVID on him. And you hear Barack Obama talking about, oh, he should have followed our plan. We already had a plan set up for COVID. And it's funny that Barack Obama said that, because you're admitting that you already planned on doing COVID. And you're saying we already had this whole playbook laid out and you didn't follow any of it, right? Then, so he's politically persecuted because of everything he starts to undo during his first presidency. And then they launch COVID on him. And yeah, of course, he fucking launched the vaccine. You already had a multi-billion-dollar investment hydra set up in that. There's no way he couldn't have, right? And again, he's not us. He's a rich guy who's lived a privileged life. He doesn't know this, but he learned a lot of shit through that period of time. And here's what happened. They persecuted him. And then he had 4 years. He didn't protest the stealing of the election. And I actually applaud him for his brilliance. Said, okay, let's see if the people stop it. Well, guess what the people didn't do? The people didn't stop the theft of the election. We are the ultimate power of this country. And until people realize this, you're never going to get to where you want to be if you're in the truth community. You're never going to get there until you realize that the sovereignty comes from you. You're the only person who can actually affect the exact change you want to see. And it's not going to happen in our lifetime. It's not going to happen anywhere close to our lifetime, but we can start working towards it, because you got to look at how long it's been being fucked up since 1820s. Okay, they started at work fucking up our entire society, introducing probate and escheating everybody's estates and dumbing down the education. All that shit they started since the 1820s. So from 1820 to 2020, you have 200 years. Okay, so it took 200 years to destroy this, and it takes much longer to build something back up. So that's what we're looking at. But to get back to my original point, right? So they stole the election. Everybody fucking knows they stole the election. Okay, but nobody does anything. But then we get to live under complete communism for 4 years. And at the end of that 4 years, what did the people do? They tried to steal this election. They tried to steal it. They absolutely tried to steal it in Michigan. The only states that Harris won were the states that did not require voter IDs, after they just let in fucking millions of immigrants through the southern border over the last 4 years, which was their whole plan the entire time. And they still lost. And you know why they lost? Because America got a hard dick and said, listen, we're not a bunch of bitches, okay? And we're going to stand up. And I'm talking about your average middle ground Americans. I'm not talking about us on the fringe knowing the truth, or them on the fringe being leaders. In general, most people in the middle who don't give a fuck about anything but watching football, go to the bar, take care of their family, all that stuff, whatever they do in their daily lives, right? They're not thinking about the truth of life or what it all means. But they were pushed to such a point that more people turned out for a Republican candidate than in the last 50 fucking years of every demographic. And we overwhelmingly took the election in what was called a mandate. And we know that Trump didn't cheat. And the reason we know Trump didn't cheat is because the left were actively trying to cheat during the election. They tried to drop off ballots in Michigan, in Detroit, Michigan, okay, at like 11 o'clock at night on election night. I was on my dad's show when it was happening, okay? They tried to drop off a bunch, and Kamala jumped up to 63%, Trump's 37%, right? And then once that cheating hit the fucking news, it all of a sudden evened out again. They backed off. Everything got swept under the rug, because that's how that stuff works. There's actually not a justice system in this country that can prosecute them, politicians, the people that are not infants under the trust indenture. The only people that can prosecute those people are us under common law, right? And so until we actually get to that point, that's not a thing, right? But here's the thing. Immediately went back to even, and then Trump ended up winning. And it's documented they tried to do that in Michigan. Okay, they are and they're still trying to steal right now, in the states that are left undecided, unless those have gotten decided. And I don't know about it, but it's the whole thing. So this is what, and now what we're going to do is I'm going to show you guys a few videos of what's actually being talked about, which I never in my lifetime thought I would ever hear in my lifetime anybody in politics say. Okay, and like I said, for anybody who's sitting there thinking that I'm falling for something, you're more than welcome to come up here and debate me on law, or how they even got the authority to do anything in the first place, because I'd love to have that conversation with you. So let's see here. Let me look at this. Pull this up. You guys will like it. It's unbelievable. I can't believe I ever heard this shit being. Yeah.
I'm going to give Trump hopeful skepticism.
That's all you can do, man. I'm never saying don't devote yourself. The only reason I support him so much is because I know exactly how the system works. And people will be like, oh, that's narcissistic. And I don't care if you feel that way, because I do know exactly how it works. So check this out.
World Health Organization has become nothing more than a corrupt globalist scam paid for by the United States, but owned and controlled by China. When the China virus reached our shores 3 years ago, the World Health Organization disgracefully covered the tracks of the Chinese Communist Party every single step of the way. For this reason, it was my great honor to terminate America's relationship with the World Health Organization. The United States was paying the World Health Organization almost $500 million a year. When I dropped out, I took it out of there. And for 330 million people, even though China was paying only $40 million for 1.4 billion people. So we had 330, they have 1.4, and we're paying more than 10 times the amount. That's typical for the United States because they don't know what the hell they're doing. Unfortunately, crooked Joe Biden foolishly re-entered the World Health Organization at the full price and without any negotiations or reforms. And now Biden is pushing to bypass the United States Senate to enter a pandemic treaty that would surrender American sovereignty to the World Health Organization, again, controlled by China. The draft treaty would require...
I'm sorry, I just have to pause you. There's not a single other politician in the world you would ever hear say this.
The United States to send vast quantities of medical supplies to other countries in the event of another pandemic, and it would push aggressive censorship of free speech on issues of public health, just like they censored the truth about the Wuhan lab, which I said that's where it came from, remember. Under the next Trump administration, that treaty will be immediately terminated. I would not allow public health to be used as a pretext to advance the march of global government. That's what they're doing, globalists. The United States will withdraw from the corrupt World Health Organization, which, in light of its utter failure on COVID, they had a tremendous disaster on COVID, deserves to be completely abolished and replaced. Then I will work to forge a new coalition of nations that are strongly committed to protecting health while also upholding sovereignty and freedom. I want to thank you very much, but I also want to say this. I could have renegotiated the deal. I could have gone into the World Health Organization for $25 million. Biden didn't take that deal. He's paying almost $500 million. They were so anxious to get the...
So we're already getting a bunch of stuff in the comments, and I love it. Brad and Tasha, you guys are awesome. I love you guys, and I'm glad that you're always here, but I have to address a few things that you're saying. Okay, so one, you say that I know what the lizard's creed is. I'm not really sure how to interpret that. I most certainly am not a fucking lizard. Secondly, you say that they're going to enforce no-hide laws and Trump's going to do it. Listen, there's the very first aspect of this is they cannot do anything that the people stand up against. And we're witnessing that right now because you're the ultimate sovereignty. And in fact, if you learn common law, one person in common law together are a majority. You can literally stop the entire nation, just one person with common law. One person fucking sued the federal government for billions upon billions of dollars that got passed in a private bill, the Stark case, right? And I have that document. So there's that. Secondly, here's how they're getting us. And it took me a while to realize, and it's actually the most genius form of warfare, is they're the people who know enough of the truth to be able to see through certain things. What they have done is they have cornered you into a state of inaction where you now just feel like it's all fucked. Like my dad does. He just feels like it's all fucked. It's everything's fucked. Fuck it. Who cares? Let's just watch it all burn down. That's not the case yet. Not even close. That is where they want it. And they're already getting you to feel that way. Okay, by putting out so many conflicting things. You just have to look at the law. The one thing, they can change history. Okay, they can change history. But they can never change the law. So when you look into the history of the law, the way law works, how is it founded, where does the authority come from, and what are they doing right now? What he's doing here in telling the WHO to fuck off, the WHO is their ultimate war horse of the New World Order. He just told them to fuck off. He said, fuck you, right? And now here's another reason, is because the rest of the world, right? So I'm not saying that there aren't powerful interests that are only concerned in America being on top, but let me tell you, if you're in America, that's a pretty good thing. But on top of that, what I am telling you is that in order for all of these fringe, the Mark Cuban type Oprah baby eating people, in order for them to have the new world order they want, they need the United States to fall, but more importantly, they need the United States dollar to fall. Now, who can tell me why? If you want to put in the chat, or if you want to answer me, Unidozer, do you know why they need the United States dollar to fall?
Because it's the world's reserve currency.
Well, absolutely, it's the world's reserve currency. That means every other currency in the world is tied to us. It means we are the staple of the trust indenture system. Now, while it sucks on a certain aspect for the people that are indentured to it, it also gives the office of president unprecedented power on the world stage. And what Trump is a businessman. So guess what? So let me give you guys an example of what's going to happen since Trump has won, if they don't kill him between now and when he takes office or do some fuck shit. Here's what's going to happen is he's immediately going to leverage our funding to NATO, which we always contribute the majority of anything to any international organization, which is what he's talking about. We mainly fund it. So what they have been doing, the other people, they have been parasitically usurping the wealth of our country by getting us to agree to international groups and treaties and organizations, and then getting us to primarily fund those organizations because we're the global reserve currency while they contribute very little to these themselves. And that's not the only way. The other way they've been usurping the wealth of the nation is by being able to import and sell their products here for free while charging us unbelievable amounts of money to sell shit in their countries, like China, for instance, right? It costs China almost nothing to import any of their products into our country and sell it, which destroys our business. And here's the thing that most people don't realize. You guys don't understand economics. You don't understand money. Because if you did, you would fucking see this. Okay? It costs them nothing to make something with their slave labor in their country and then sell it for top dollar in our country because we import it and put it on our shelves for free. But if we wanted to do the same thing, if we wanted to manufacture and make something in this country, remember the conversation I was having earlier about manufacturing and how that creates dependency, and if your company shuts down, can you farm? Can you hunt? Can you fish? Right? Do you know how to filter water? Can you do any of that shit? No, you can't, right? So what he's trying to do is save your fucking ass, okay? Because what they're doing is taking the manufacturing out of our country. And this has been an intentional plan that's been going on for a long, long time, really took off with NAFTA under Bill Clinton, right? So now the auto manufacturers, NAFTA caused the housing collapse of 2008. NAFTA in the 90s, the prolonged effect of that was the housing collapse of 2008. Because what that allowed them to do was outsource the auto manufacturing to Mexico, where they could pay pennies on the dollar for manufacturing, then re-import for free those vehicles and sell them to you for top dollar of American Federal Reserve notes, right? Which is the top dollar of the world. Well, except for Europe, or not Europe, I'm sorry, England, because they're the one country that's like where the higher than the dollar, or they were in the time that I'm talking about. So this is what I'm saying. So what he's talking about is the trade policies that have been fucking us. And nobody ever even thinks about these things. And so when we accept the fact that we're not going to turn around into a common law country, probably the common law is always there. So if somebody's exceptional like I am, a lot of you guys could be, if you just study common law treaties, you can use the law still there. You just use your county record and you know how to leverage lawsuits. That's all you have to do. You can be fine. So as long as this country stands, you can be as free as you fucking want to be based on your intelligence. But for the majority of the country who have no interest in that, and when we're talking about that pathway still existing, we need somebody like this to run the business. Okay? So it costs China nothing to import and sell their stuff, or export their stuff into this country. We import it and sell it here. But if we wanted to take our very own product and manufacture it here and sell it in China, they're going to have like a 200% fucking tariff on it. And guess how they got away with that? Because the very politicians that set that system up all want communism. China, like he said, China funds the World Health Organization. Well, it's actually one step further than that. I'm not sure if he knows that. I'm fairly certain he knows that, but it's actually that the world elite fund China, filter money through China to fund the WHO, because China is their model country for the rest of the world. And I've been trying to tell people this shit. Like when Kamala Harris, she can't tell you her plan for one specific reason. She can't tell you her plan because she wasn't told what the plan was, because she's a fucking retard. Okay. So they weren't going to tell her what the whole plan was until she won. Okay. But what she did reveal to you was based on her communist roots, which are why they chose her, because her parents were both in India parliament, and they're both open and avowed communists. And the very first thing that she said that she personally would want to do is price fix our fucking groceries. Okay, while simultaneously giving $20,000 home credits to new home buyers. Okay, so what's going to happen? A mortgage, if you guys know economics at all, which let's just pretend that that is the case. You guys know economics. Every time a new mortgage is created, a new series of Federal Reserve notes are issued. That's how they issue Federal Reserve notes, is by mortgages. That's how they issued the very first series. March 9th, 1933 says that the money will be worth 100 cents on the dollar because it represents a mortgage on all the homes and all the other property of all the people in the nation. Of course, talking about 14th Amendment citizens, right? But either way, people don't even know the difference between that and a state citizen or an inhabitant, right? So they have no idea. So it doesn't, and this is where I'm talking about. Like, you guys have this unrealistic idea, but let me get to the point. So the only way that they issue these things is on mortgages, okay? And so when Bill Clinton allowed that to happen and allowed manufacturing to be sent into Mexico to be, you know, the cars would be manufactured for pennies on the dollar, but then GM up here, through the illusion of prosperity created by the central banking system, starts hiring more car manufacturers, or GM and all. If you guys remember, that's what caused the collapse of 2008. So they start, GM hires in mass all these new people, and everybody's always heard their whole lives, like, once you work for GM, you're in there, right? Because that's the whole idea of socialism, is industrialization. You're in with a good industrial company, you're going to be able to have a good middle class life. You're not going to be rich, but you're not going to be poor. So immediately after all these people get a job with GM, they go and they get a mortgage. Well, these are high-risk loans based on these people's work history and their payment history and their current level of income. And then the prolonged effect of NAFTA caused these manufacturing plants to shut down and move to Mexico, causing all these people who just took out new loans for mortgages to not be able to pay for them, which caused a huge landfall, or windfall, sweep of collection of property for the banks, right, to Mexico. And it all has to do with the manipulation of international markets, using our money as the global reserve currency, but not for our prosperity, but instead to pillage our nation of all of its resources. Did I explain that properly, or was that too confusing?
I'm following you.
Did anybody have any questions about that? So, yes.
Do you think Trump's doing it by himself?
Do I think? No, absolutely not. And so I think,
yeah. So answer me this, because I find it really interesting that he pulled in Rubio, little Rubio. You remember how many times Rubio said? It's funny, he pulled in Rubio, he pulled in Vance, and these are some of his biggest opponents.
Well,
and I find that real interesting.
I can explain why he did that. Because now you're getting into a chess match. So, like, once you get past the realization that, like, okay, you can know as much about the law as you want, but these are the current situations, then you start to think within the framework of the situation, not as if you couldn't break it, but the only way that I could break it is if every single person watching me right now. Well, no, every single person that's going to watch me, not even right now. We only have about 38 people in here right now, so only the people that would eventually watch this, which is about 1,500 so far between Rumble and YouTube, is if all of us knew what I know, then we could break down the whole system. If we all acted in concert somehow amazingly, not accounting for any percentages of people who just tune in for, because they like what I'm talking about, but they don't get it, understand it, or whatever the case may be. So point is, no, there's no way you could break the system. So here's the thing is, you have to go through Senate confirmation for each of your picks. And he's picked some wild fucking picks against the deep state. I mean, wild, like Matt Gaetz. They came after this guy. Matt Gaetz, first of all, it's funny. It doesn't have any bearing on law, but it's funny. And he came out and told the media, he said the only women that are at these abortion rallies that he's like, it's funny that the only women that are at these abortion rallies most concerned about abortion are the women that are least likely to get pregnant because they're all ugly blue-haired bitches, basically, right? He said that shit on TV, on the news, but he's also a wolf. He's a fucking shark. And he's being put in as attorney general. And these liberal communist, well, that's an oxymoron, but liberalism communism that's masquerading under the pretext of liberalism, they came after him and his dad. They tried to blackmail his dad, and they came after him and accused him of being a fucking sex trafficker. And there was all sorts of allegations, all this and that. It was all trumped up, right? Well, no pun intended, literally. But it was all built up, and it turned out to be nothing, right? And now he gets to have the gun. It's not so much fun when the rabbit has a gun. That's why they're so worried, because these people have actually committed crimes over the last, and everybody knows that. Like, everybody knows it. It's not even something they've covered up. They just blatantly committed crimes. Hunter's laptop, right? Like, people can look at, and people have to understand that things are multifaceted. While it can be a psychological operation to distract you from something else, it can simultaneously be a real thing. Who thinks Hunter's not a creep? Who in this chat thinks Hunter's not a creep?
Yeah, look at the tattoo he has on his back. What's that mean?
Do you think he's not a creep? Do you think his laptop did not have some heinous shit on there? These people are masters at using a problem as a solution. So yeah, that laptop got confiscated. They used it as a big distraction plan. But the point is it turned out to be a real thing. Okay. Or what about, who here thinks that Biden has not actually been selling our information to the Chinese for money? Who actually thinks that he is not? Who thinks that's made up? Do you think that's made up? Well, who here thinks that's not a problem? Do you think it's not a problem? Do you think there aren't foreign nations that would love to fucking destroy us and pick the meat off our bones?
No, I hear what you're saying.
Do people not understand that these, like, so, and herein you come into the most fundamental problem with having a free society is you may create a free society where everyone's sovereign under common law, okay? But without some form of organization or ability to create a military, you still have the rest of the world that does not exist under that state, who are conquering. Their interest in conquest, because that has been the state of humanity since its inception. Okay, so you have these dictators, these kings, these queens, these potentates, right? Saudi princes, whatever, right? That all rule their kingdoms. And guess what? They want to expand their empires. So even if you have this free society over here, who here thinks that there aren't people who want to conquer us? Do you think that?
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Definitely.
The truth community needs to come back to realism. You need to be realistic about the way the world works, okay? We can know everything we know about the vampires, baby eaters, all that shit, right? We can know all this stuff, right? But then you have to come back to practicality, daily life, the way the nation operates, what keeps your life going day to day, okay? You have to think about that, and you have to think about the basic fundamentals of human nature. Xi Jinping would love to conquer us. Putin would love to take us. Why wouldn't he? You know how I know he would love to do that? Because if I was either of them, of course I would want to take us down. Wouldn't you? If you could put yourself in their position, running the country the way that they are, would we not be the greatest thorn in your side? Of course we would. I mean, shit, that's what the whole Treaty of Verona was about. That's why the Madison Doctrine exists. I mean, the kings and queens all got together in Europe and said popular sovereignty is the greatest threat to divine right by kings. It's the most horrible thing. We all have to enter into a treaty together to destroy any popular government anywhere it may exist. whether it be in our own country or another one. And I've shown that on this show, on congressional record. I mean, this is back in the 1800s. They're talking about, like, we can't let this stand. Right? Because you have this big idealistic battle that has been waging long before any of us that are listening to this were born, and is still going strong today. And we came through in a clutch with these guys, who just so happen, you got this rich guy, right? Ultra rich guy who's not part of the scumbags, right? So, whoa, okay, well, yeah, he's rich, but he's not part of the scumbags. Yeah, there's a lot of them. They're just not the ultra rich. And trust me, Donald Trump is not the ultra rich. The ultra rich are like the Farneses, right? But we're not even getting into those people. We're talking about even just the Rothschilds to begin with. Donald Trump doesn't hold a candle to these people, right? Or the Larry Fink of BlackRock.
You make some good points there. This week I did a big deep dive into the Jesuits and their role in the Civil War. In fact, their role in a lot of things. And so when you look into them and the Monroe Doctrine, and I'm on your side when it comes to Trump, he may be building a new Monroe Doctrine.
Yes, he is actually. That's the entire idea. Let me go ahead and invite Lazarus Wolf up. Go ahead and put a comment in the chat if you want to be invited up, and I'll put a link. And you're more than welcome to discuss your views. This guy's been a real pain in my ass. He's absolutely ignorant of anything he's talking about. Has no idea how law works. But you're right about that. That is the case. So that's what I'm showing. Like, dude, this guy just stood up and told the World Health Organization to go fuck themselves. Everything that the communist global elite have been doing are entirely centered around the World Health Organization and the pandemic treaty. 100%. In fact, I want to show this real quick. This Davos, right? This was back in 2020. And this was one of the things that also raised my eyebrow as well. Yeah, he just says LOL. You don't want no smoke. Yeah, you don't want smoke, bro. Just shut the fuck up. Anyway, let me see. Maybe I got to refresh it. Okay, there it is. This is amazing. So in 2020, he went in front of Davos and said this shit to Davos. If it ever loads.
Yeah, I like that you brought up the Monroe Doctrine. I honestly, that's what I'm waiting for. I want him to basically say, you guys stay over there or leave us alone. You go have your communist utopia, but you can all F off. You know, they're afraid of him because he knows that the population is not going to go along with their plan. Hence why Kamala couldn't tell anybody what she was going to do. That woman never said a damn thing other than laughed, giggled, and made platitudes.
There you go. Now you get it. Now you see things because you know what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. Like, listen, am I saying that Trump's a perfect guy? No, I'm not saying none of that shit, right? But he's the guy we need right now. And on top of that, he has the clout and the power and the ability to stave off the communists. And there is no actual benefit for him. And I mean, literally think about this for a second. What has this man benefited from doing what he took a net loss as president the first time? And then since he's been president, did the things he has done while he was president. He's been attacked. He's caught fucking felonies, right? Right? His entire empire, his business has been degraded significantly. And he's hated by every major businessman in the world at this point in time. Nobody wants to even touch him with the 10-foot pole. So what is his motivation? Right? So you always say, as a good detective, you say, follow the money. Okay. I can follow the money with COVID, right? Can follow that super easy. Can follow it with the central bank. I can follow it with everything, but I can't follow the money with Trump. I can't follow the money. If I wanted to accuse him of a crime, I can't follow the money because he's fucking losing money, but he's winning as a man, honestly. So watch this. You guys will. Well, Let me make sure I share the actual exact.
To answer your question, his only motivation can't be money. It has to be his doctrine or how he feels.
Okay, but if it was
His
power,
heart.
so if you're saying he just wants power, right? But he's not
No,
advocating power.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think I think he's altruistic.
he's not advocating power. What he's doing is advocating you to fucking take the power back. Well, like, what do you talk about school? So one of the main ways they took us over was the education system. That's how they got rid of your knowledge of the law.
Yes,
Okay,
I
it used to
agree.
be mandatory that you knew law. Okay, in fact, when James Madison was asked what type of government is it that we've been given, he said a republic, if you can keep it. And then a much less and very much more hard to find example of this quote was George Washington was standing nearby. And the reason I believe this actually happened is because what he said makes sense. He says, and in order to keep that republic, every man must know the law. And that's a fucking fact. And that is exactly why it fell. And the only way that they did that was taking control of our history. And that's exactly why.
And taking our children out of the home so that we couldn't teach them.
Well, no, exactly. They made
The
economic
public school
conditions.
system is designed exactly to do what it's done.
I'm going to show Trump's view for the public school system, which I highly doubt most people have even seen on here, and it's incredible. I never thought I'd hear politicians say that, but let's watch his this is Davos 2020.
I spoke at this forum 2 years ago. I told you that we had launched the great American comeback. Today, I'm proud to declare that the United States is in the midst of an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen before. Today, I'm pleased to announce the United States will join 1 Trillion Trees initiative being launched here at the World Economic Forum. 1 trillion trees.
Which he knows is some bullshit, just, look at him.
And in doing so, we will continue to show strong leadership in restoring, growing, and better managing our trees and our forests. But to embrace.
So that shows him as an excellent salesperson, by the way, because he starts out with some, hey, we're agreeing to your 1 trillion trees initiative. So we'll do that. That's fine. We'll plant a bunch of trees in our country just to, make what I'm about to say sting a little bit less.
Embrace the possibilities of tomorrow. We must reject the perennial prophets of doom and their predictions of the apocalypse. They are the heirs of yesterday's foolish fortune tellers, and I have them, and you have them, and we all have them.
Fucking what? Did you hear what he just said?
I'm not sure what he meant by that.
The perennial prophets of doom. He's talking about the climate change. Well, listen.
Oh, okay. I thought he said fortune tellers.
Yeah, he is saying fortune tellers. The same people that told you the fucking world would be underwater by 2015. Those people.
Oh, I know.
Predicted an overpopulation crisis in the 1960s, mass starvation in the 70s, and an end of oil in the 1990s. These alarmists always demand the same thing: absolute power to dominate, transform, and control every aspect of our lives.
What?
We will never let radical socialists destroy our economy, wreck our country, or eradicate our liberty. America will always be.
Dude, I'm sorry. I love his swagger. Look at the way he just cocks over and he says, yeah, we're not going to let radical socialists wreck our economy or transform.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen this. This is awesome.
Are you serious? Like, look at him. He just casually, he knows he's putting a target on the back of his head when he says this. Here, let's back up a few seconds so we can hear that again, because it's just amazing. The way he leans into it and he just casually says, yeah, fuck you. Look, so good.
60s, mass starvation in the 70s, and an end of oil in the 1990s. These alarmists always demand the same thing: absolute power to dominate, transform, and control every aspect of our lives. We will never let radical socialists destroy our economy, wreck our country, or eradicate our liberty. America will always be the proud, strong, and unyielding bastion of freedom. In America, we understand what the pessimists refuse to see: that a growing and vibrant market economy focused on the future lifts the human spirit and excites creativity, strong enough to overcome any challenge.
Fucking A, dude. That was excellent. Who can disagree with that? And look, the beautiful thing
Yeah.
is, he's not reading from a fucking prompter. He's looking from right to. He's just telling these people, "Fuck you."
Yeah. Oh, so I've lived through all that, and it affected me. I remember when I was a little kid, and I didn't read the book, but I remember when the population bomb came out, and my dad was talking about it. But I also remember my dad talking about a guy hitting a golf ball on the moon, and he looked up like he was watching the ball go endlessly into the distance because there was no resistance on the ball. And once I figured out the moon landing, I was like, oh, he was under a spell. And so a lot of those psyops, like global cooling, all that, I lived through all of it. And after a while, you kind of start to look around and go, oh, you guys are just lying your asses off.
I appreciate actually that contribution to the discussion, because you were alive for a lot of the stuff he was just talking
all
about.
Of it. All of it.
So, okay, so all of it. And I have to say this, the only defense that anybody in our community could have is say that he's trying to sell us on something, right? Like that, basically that's an extension of what he just condemned, which, how does that make sense? It doesn't.
Well, you just pointed something out. Who would you want? So you know how they say that the left has they're a small group of very screechy people. Well, what do you think what do you think the truther community is? A bunch of hardcore people too. And if he's reaching out to those people, he's basically creating hey, listen to these people. Don't listen to those people. That's your base.
It's an olive branch, dude. Is what I've been trying to tell people. Like Jeebus said, look at the 666 behind him there. If you only knew the history behind government and the way it even works to begin with, you would appreciate how he's coming out and still saying that, right? Okay, which I'm not going to get into tonight, but the whole thing is there none. Okay, so if there's some sort of, what was demonic? I don't even understand how you can watch that and get anything there. I am, the first time I seen it, and I was way more pessimistic and negative than I probably the most of my life. Like I was probably pretty close to being a fucking, Unabomb kind of guy, you know what I mean? Like I was like done with it, and I watched him say, I'm like, this guy literally just said that, right? Like this guy literally just stood up at Davos, which and told them to their faces at Davos that everything that you have just spent trillions of dollars working towards for the last however many decades, fuck you. That's what he just said. And it's funny because right after that meeting is when George Soros called an emergency meeting of the Davos members and said there is no way that Trump can win the 2020 election. And see, people are so mired in, and they've got you distracted with Bigfoot and fucking aliens and all this other shit, that you're not looking at the real controversy that's going on here. And we're witnessing a battle between two lines of powerful people that want entirely different things.
Yeah, well, one's got the truth on its side.
That's exactly. And they're like, well, shit. And this is what makes Trump so brilliant. It's like everything we want is what these people want. There's a huge gulf away from getting us to accomplish this. And that gulf would actually be just your learning. Your learning is the only gulf between what you want the country to be, what he wants the country to be, right? That's it. You have to learn how to actually be a businessman or woman. You have to learn how to conduct yourself properly in society. You have to know how to run a house, which is your very first business. The estate is the very first political subdivision of a state, which is why a state is called a state, and your e-state is called e-state, is because it is an a state is made up of a collection of e-states that operate in harmony with one another. And the government has figured out how to escheat, which is a word that means take control of, escheat, E-S-C-H-E-A-T, escheat, take control of, because you are irresponsible. You're an imbecile. You waste your property. You damage your family, right?
Yeah.
You can't control your own stuff. You don't know how to operate. You need your boss to give you chances for not showing up to work. Think about that for a second. It really hit home for me when I was in an HR meeting for the place I work at the other day. And they said, well, we're changing the HR policy because the Michigan court ruled that what this court, the lower court, and then the appeals court overturned it, but then the superior court agreed with the lower court, and blah, blah, blah. So ultimately, your time off has been changed. This is what they're doing. You're telling me that a superior court adjudicated that the original ruling by the lower court conformed to the Constitution to control your time off of work. You're an infant. The entire discussion there is how to deal with you not being responsible enough to fucking work. So that's the only
thing they call it human resources for a reason.
No, but why do you think that? Because the human resources aren't resources on their own. They're fucking, that's the problem. That's what I'm saying. We're all human resources, whether we run ourselves or somebody else runs us, because it's in the Bible. You till the ground, right? You till the ground till the day you die. That's what our sentence is. Okay? So people who can't understand that, you fucking work. It's what you do. You get up and you produce. You contribute to mankind, your only purpose on the planet. And the fact that you have to tell people this, what do people think? You just sit and do what? People work and take care of it. How do you get food? People work. How do you get clothes? People work, right? So how do you get food and clothes? Oh, you think you sit there and get government benefits that pay for it? Shut the fuck up. It's stupid.
Yeah, a lot of self-entitlement.
Dude, the ultimate.
Yeah, that's narcissism. That's classic narcissism.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who owes you food or clothes or housing? Who owes you that? Well, guess what? Somebody will be more than happy to step in and say, hey, I'll give you all this, right? For free. But it's not free. You become a slave. Right? Because it's the very nature of existence. And truthers somehow forget this. Right? So what do you think the ideal society should be? Right? Like this guy, I swear to everybody who's listening to me that I never thought I'd see something like this in my lifetime. I literally thought that like in 10, 15 years, I was going to be in the bush with a rifle, dealing with the losses I have experienced. Never thought I would see something like this. Let's look at his education thing, right? Check this out. So education's how they made us stupid. Forget our law, remember? Well, let me watch it first because I have a... Okay. Hold on. Yeah, we watched that one. It's not that one. It's got to be... this one. Here it is. All right. Sorry, guys.
Furthermore, I will direct the Department of Justice to pursue federal tuition costs at colleges and universities have been exploding. And I mean absolutely exploding.
So first and foremost, since he brings up colleges and universities, those concepts at their inception are communist. Right? They call them universities for a reason. One verse, right? They want to indoctrinate you into one mode of thinking. And they've been highly effective. If you think about the dumbest people in the country right now, the most stupid people that exist, they're college graduates generally. No offense if you are one, but I mean, because it's not so much what you're learning about at the college, it's the enculturation of the college, and it is entirely communist. Okay. And I know this because you can read the Communist Manifesto or the Communist Textbook by the American Communist, I think it's Association. No, it's Party, ACP, American Communist Party. They put out a textbook and it says take control of the educational institutions. Now listen to what this dude, the very first thing, he knows it's important. Despite his deep tan and his tan lines around his eyes, which do always look ridiculous, he knows exactly what the very first thing we have to do is, and it's recapture education. Look, check it out.
Academics have been obsessed with indoctrinating America's youth. The time has come to reclaim our once great educational institutions from the radical left, and we will do that. Our secret weapon will be the college accreditation system. It's called accreditation for a reason.
So let me point this out. The reason he's bringing this up, and the only reason I'm stopping point is it reminded me, is because the same thing I was saying about the economy, the same way that we're the global reserve economy, we're the global reserve currency, is the same way the accreditation institution is supposed to work. Here, we fund everyone else. We are daddy government to the world. That's how they set this up. Okay, they set it up to take away our wealth from this country by making us daddy government and then making us like a super fucking weak, soft, liberal parent that just gives everything the country has to everything else. Like Ukraine, for instance, we have to help them fight in Ukraine. We have to send them billions of dollars. While you have people in North Carolina who just got devastated by a hurricane. They got $750 contract, not even a gift contract that says if you don't pay the $750 back within a year, we take all your property. But they give billions of dollars to Ukraine, and it's because they set up our country to be basically a big slush fund for every other country, and that's when we were under control of foreign invaders. Now, this guy does the exact opposite. He uses, even though we don't like this status, and it shouldn't be this way, when he shouldn't have the executive authority he has, but that's thanks to Lincoln. That's not his fault. And Roosevelt greatly increased it. And I mean Franklin, not Teddy. I actually like Teddy. But Franklin greatly increased it, the power that the president has of just being a complete emperor and czar. This guy uses it to benefit us. He's the first president in this new history of presidential administration where executive order has been so unchecked and unregulated. He is the very first president that has used it to fuck other countries and help us. Very first one. And the accreditation system is a perfect example. And see how many of you even understand what I'm saying right now, right? I'm sure you do, right, Unidozer? But like, how many people that are listening even understand what I'm saying? Because you have no idea how economics work at all. You have no idea what a global reserve currency is. How can you even have this conversation with anybody if you don't even fucking know what he's talking about? And the accreditation system is to make sure that the money that the colleges get from the government is being properly used. That's what accreditation is. And he's saying if you're trying to teach our youth communist subversive ideas to destroy our own nation, you're not getting any fucking taxpayer money. It's done. No. Watch. Check it out.
Creditors are supposed to ensure that schools are not ripping off students and taxpayers, but they have failed totally. When I return to the White House, I will fire the radical left accreditors that have allowed our colleges to become dominated by Marxist maniacs and lunatics. We will then accept applications for new accreditors who will impose real standards on colleges once again and once and for all. These standards will include defending the American tradition and Western civilization, protecting free speech, eliminating wasteful administrative positions that drive up costs incredibly, removing all Marxist diversity.
Read into everything he just said. Where did this woke speech censorship come from in the first place? Where did this, oh, you can't say that and you can't say this and you got to acknowledge people's pronouns? Where do you guys think that stuff came from? Came from the fucking
communist
colleges. Huh?
Yeah. It's all communism. Yeah.
Where did it come from? In our country, the colleges. And what do they always use as their defense against people who counter that with logic and reason? Oh, well, you're an uneducated redneck.
Silence.
Oh, right. No, you're uneducated. What degrees do you have? Do you have a degree? Motherfucker, I don't need one. It's common sense. And because you have a degree is the only reason you're saying that, because you were indoctrinated with this at your college. You want to find the most communist, fucking Marxist environment in your state, go to the largest college campus, period.
You ever heard Mark Sargent talk about how difficult it is to explain FE to someone that has a master's or a doctorate? It's like virtually impossible.
100%, because not only have they been, you know, you got to think about all the emotional gratification of being told you're so smart for regurgitating the shit that I told you is true without critically analyzing it. But beyond that, the amount of money you've just invested in getting that credit and title, you could never, how could you ever, if you just spent over $100,000 in a piece of paper, how could you ever actually honestly allow your ego to admit that it's bullshit? Like, say you went and got a fucking master's in astrophysics, right? Right? From what, MIT? I don't even know if MIT has it. Seems like it would, right? But say you went to like one of these big accredited colleges that are like Ivy League, and you spent $100,000, you got a master's in fucking astrophysics, right? And then somebody told you that's all just fairy tales. Like you learned how to analyze a fairy tale very well based on a bunch of erroneous presumptive, propositions. So like, if this is the case, and if that is the case, and if this is the case, all of which we cannot prove, right? Then what would this be? And you can go to the chalkboard and create this big ass fucking mathematical equation based on fairy tales, right? And so if this is this and if that is that, then we can calculate all of this all the way down the chalkboard to say this is this, right? Well, guess what? Your very fundamental calculations were assumptive, meaning they're not rooted in fact and truth. And so it's just it's imaginative. And you just spent all that money on that. Right? So no, you're gonna tuck your tail, you're gonna be like, well, fuck you, and put your head down, go back to your 6-figure job a year and doing what you're doing, propagating the bullshit. That's how it works. And that's why he's attacking the colleges. I'm not saying he's a flat earther. I'm definitely not saying that. But what I am saying is this is a start. And as I told you guys before, it took lifetimes to get us into this situation. It's always easier. Listen, I can smash my TV right now in 2 seconds. I can break it completely into pieces. No problem. Guess how long it'd take to rebuild it? Exponentially longer. So either you're on board or you're a problem. That's pretty much where we're at now.
So I guess I got a litmus test that we could use. So in his first administration, he did what every president is required to do. Go on television and tell all the American people that we're going to go back to the moon. So if he does it in this administration, I'm going to call foul.
Well, and here's where you get into the more...
Because I almost feel like he was forced to do that, because every president does it at one point in the administration, and usually only once. It's almost hey, by the way, you got to do this today, by the way.
Listen, and in that particular aspect, and I'm not saying that flat earth isn't important, because it's very important to, knowing who we are and where we are, but like compared to the dire situation we were and are still currently in, even with much brighter prospects now that things are going the way they're going, I'm not going to tell you that he's going to, there's no way that he doesn't even in 4 years. I don't even know if you could ever even convince him, because you got to think about any person his age that you might like them. They might be respectable. They might be good people, but can you convince him? Like, he's been.
Yeah. You got a point. You got a good point there.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I don't know. But the whole
not a lot of boomers that believe that we didn't.
Right. It's emotion, like everything else like this right here. He sees the systemic problem with our education system,
because if you take that away from them, they have to admit that they were fooled. And most people do not want to go through that.
No, that's true. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to more immediate problems, and in fact, the education system contributes to the very problem you're talking about. Fixing the education system is just to even talk about it. And to get serious about what is being taught in our schools, which nobody has given a fuck about for so long. It's just, think about this. Like, so a parent or a child goes to school, right? Repeats and regurgitates what they're told. They grow up, they go to college or don't, get in a trade, whatever they do. They have a family, and their child goes to school. And the only thing they're concerned about is not what the child is being taught, but how well the child can regurgitate it, because that's what they were taught. What he's proposing is an entire overhaul of the way that's done.
Why don't they just teach children how to be autodidactic? I mean, that should be a number one goal.
That's fair, but we forget who. It's the same people he's fighting. Dude, you're talking about every industry he's attacking right now, which is the oil industry, by creating our own pipelines to back our own global. Do you realize, yes, we're the global reserve currency. I can spend 25 minutes explaining to you guys how that happened, like how originally we were on the gold standard, right? Well, the certificate paper currency shouldn't even be a thing. But then when it became a thing, it was because it was immediately redeemable for gold. And then it stayed that way. You could take, if you had, so a dollar is a measurement of Spanish silver, okay? A dollar is a 1 troy ounce of 0.999% silver, Spanish silver. That's what a dollar is, okay? It's 1 troy ounce of silver, okay? And when you talk about going from that, where when you went to the bank, if you had a $5 Federal Reserve silver certificate and you said, I want 5 ounces of silver, and they, no matter how many $5 bills they have out there, your $5 is immediately worth, because it's a certificate, not a note. And how many people understand what I say when I'm saying that? Probably very few. Right? But it's a certificate, which is evidence of ownership, not note and evidence of debt. Okay. And they have to give you a troy ounce of silver, no matter how many are in circulation or how much they have in their bank, they have to give that to you. Okay. So how did we go from that to just willy-nilly monopoly money? Well, it was a long process.
Fractional reserve banking. That's how.
That's not even entirely the case at all. That's how they opened the door for it. That's how they began to open the door for it. Okay. But that's not how they did it. So once they took it off the gold standard so what they did at first was in 1933 with the banking emergency. I guess I am going to explain it then. So once they took us off once they did the banking emergency in 1933, they still had to make the Federal Reserve note, which is what it became, instead of a certificate. So that meant within the nation, it was not redeemable for gold or silver. You just traded paper. But externally, before all of the other nations were on board, they had to make it redeemable in gold, because that's all the other nations cared about. And you have to remember, at that time in 33, they didn't have entire global control yet. Okay, that's just something they've recently mostly acquired, which we're seeing the effects of mostly right now with Donald Trump. And so eventually what happened, so they would not redeem for gold or silver within the nation, and people became acclimated to that. But still outside of the nation, if anyone called in the debt, say Spain or France, which is what ended up happening in the Bretton Woods Agreement, that destroyed the Bretton Woods Agreement, is if any foreign nation called for their debt in gold or silver, it had to be given in gold or silver, okay? And it was 99% of the time gold. And so when one of the nations called for their debt, and I believe it was France, if I remember, they started to realize American economics got out of hand. And they're like, wait a minute. So you're telling me all these notes I'm holding are actually not worth shit because you're not going to give me gold for them? Well, I want them right now. Well, that created the whole Bretton Woods crisis. And so what ended up happening as a solution for that was we created a treaty with OPEC, the oil producing, exporting countries, right? So that's Saudi Arabia and all them guys in the Middle East. And we used that to back our dollar. So it became like a black gold. And then and that worked for a little while, right? And then what ended up happening is it was basically they told the other countries, fuck you, you're not getting gold, I guess is the simple. I don't know how they work that out specifically, but it's just like now this is the global reserve currency, probably economic leverage, whatever. I'm not sure. I don't have the exact records because I'm sure only the most advanced, but that's what ended up happening. We went from we're going to redeem foreign debt in actual precious metal to now everything just equates to a valuation of oil exported by Saudi Arabia, which simultaneously caused the huge rise of the Saudi royal family, right? And so, and so that's where we are today. And so that's why when you witness any foreign countries talking about not using the dollar or going to gold, like, so what happened to Saddam Hussein? Said, fuck you, I'm going to sell my oil for gold. And I'm just going to use my gold. Well, then we went in and hung him. That's why the second Iraq war happened. That's exactly why the second Iraq war happened. Said, no, you're not. Right. And any other country, Gaddafi, who said, yeah, we're not going to use the petrodollar anymore. We're just going to use our own shit. And we're going to
gold dinars. Yeah.
Yeah. And then what happened to Gaddafi? And so you see the cause of every Middle Eastern war after that as a direct byproduct of the petrodollar.
You know, right? I had an epiphany while you were talking about.
Let me bring it home. Yeah. So what Donald Trump did right before he left his presidency was started creating a pipe, because I don't know how many people realize this, but we have the largest oil reserve in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia. Right here in this country, we have more oil than the rest of the world right here in this country. Now, the only thing that was a check and balance for the foreign nations against our global reserve hegemony, right, was the fact that they were supplying the oil. But now if we supply the oil and we're the global reserve currency, dude, we're an unstoppable fucking powerhouse. You want to talk about an empire you've never seen before in history? That's what we're looking at.
Well, Donald Trump mentioned tariffs. So,
yeah, on who?
So what's the biggest problem with producing all our needs within the nation? Is our cost of living creates a situation.
No, that's exactly. Do you know what a tariff is? Tariff is introduced. What is it then? Explain it.
Well, it's what he wanted to do. Increase the costs of people to do business in the United States.
That's not absolutely. Tariff is a foreign business term.
What did he mention on Joe Rogan?
Tariffs.
Yeah.
So the very thing I was talking about earlier, I don't know what kind of misinformation you were talking about, not to use a globalist term, but that is bullshit. Listen, a tariff only applies to what we export or what we import. So what we export, so hold on, listen.
Yeah.
Listen. What we export is subject to a tariff by the country we export to, which is a tax on top of their ordinary tax for it coming from another country.
Correct.
What he was talking about is the fact that we do not tariff China to sell our shit in their country, and we do not tariff China for them to sell our shit in this country. Or I'm sorry, we can't tariff them to sell it in their country, but there is a huge tariff, rather, is what I meant to say. There's a huge tariff on what we sell in their country, but there is no tariff on what we sell in our country. So that's the big difference. So like if we wanted to sell a GM fucking Yukon, right, in China, they're going to give us a fucking 200%. I don't actually know what their tariff rate is, but huge tariff. Now, if China wants to manufacture something and sell it in our country, there's no tariff. How does that work? And tariff is simply a tax on a foreign country to be able to sell their product within your country. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
So that's the big problem. That's what he's talking about, leveraging tariffs to bring business back into the United States. Everything he talks about economically is 100% sound. There is nothing that benefits the globalists whatsoever.
Yeah, but what did he say about taxes and income taxes? What was he going to do to income taxes?
Well, he ultimately wants to get rid of taxes in favor and tariffs on foreign countries, which is a beautiful way.
Right, but how is he going to get rid of income taxes?
Hold on, let's watch the rest of this. I'll explain your question in just a second. Because we're getting away from the original topic. But
I have a point to all this. The point is,
remember your question, remember your point, write it down if you have to. Let's just try to stay in a thread of it. And I totally am willing. I have an absolute great answer for what you're saying. I just don't want to detract people from what we're talking about with education. So Hold on one moment.
Dominated by Marxist maniacs and lunatics. We will then accept applications for new accreditors who will impose real standards on colleges once again and once and for all. These standards will include defending the American tradition and Western civilization, protecting free speech, eliminating wasteful administrative positions that drive up costs incredibly, removing all Marxist diversity, equity, and inclusion bureaucrats, offering options for accelerated and low-cost degrees, providing meaningful job placement and career services, and implementing college entrance and exit exams to prove that students are actually learning and getting their money's worth. Furthermore, I will direct the Department of Justice to pursue federal civil rights cases against schools that continue to engage in racial discrimination and schools that persist in explicit unlawful discrimination under the guise of equity will not only have their endowments taxed, but through budget reconciliation, I will advance a measure to have.
The fact that he said equity right there, I want to point out, because equity is part of our constitutional law. It was one of those ways that contract law was grandfathered into, or a new concept of contract law was grandfathered into common law at the very founding of this country, actually, intentionally. That's why there's no law that can be passed ex post facto to impair the obligation of contracts. That's every constitution. That's the federal constitution, every state constitution, all of them. But equity itself is inferior to common law. And the fact that he even says that under the guise of equity is the point. It's under the guise of agreement, because all equity is the enforcement of contracts. And that's why when people listen to Donald Trump speak, he's an amazing businessman. He knows exactly what he's talking about. You just don't understand what he's saying. Okay, so let's keep
them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment. A portion of the seized funds will then be used as restitution for victims of these illegal and unjust policies that hurt our country so badly. Colleges have gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from hardworking taxpayers, and now we are going to get this anti-American insanity out of our institutions once and for all. We are going to have real education in America.
You want to talk about undoing a plan, right? Here, we'll let him finish.
Thank you.
5 seconds. Yeah.
Tuition.
So you want to talk about him undoing a plan. We're going to get back to your tariff conversation because I wasn't dodging that at all. I want you to completely formulate your thoughts on that and bring it back. But when you talk about thwarting a long-term plan, you can literally read the communist textbook from the 1950s. Like, there was a communist party there is, rather, they've just renamed themselves, but like even all the way back to the 1950s, Communist Party of the United States of America. And because of the freedom of this nation for them to be able to express their views, they were even free to express an antithetical view to our nation. Like, it's amazing, right? Like, and you would immediately think, like, well, how did we allow that? Well, that's what fucking freedom is. So you have to. Right? That's how they used our own freedom against us, even the freedom of religion. It's fucking amazing, right? And so they used it against, but it was the very first thing, and all great leaders of any nation know this and have known this for centuries, is if you want to change a nation, you control their youth. How do you control their youth? Well, you institute public education. Right. So like the earliest public education in this country all the way through the mid 1800s was public in a sense that it was funded by the community that had it, but the community personally funded it and all had a vested interest in it. Right. It wasn't federally funded or even necessarily state funded in some cases. And in other cases, like Michigan, which immediately wanted to go to communism, like right away. And I'll never protect Michigan from that because I read the laws and you motherfuckers wanted communism immediately. Fucking immediately you set up your probate court before you even became a state. Right. But the whole idea is to take control of the education systems. And guess what? That's what Michigan primarily did. All through from the time it was founded onward, universities and educational institutions, because then you can indoctrinate the the successive generation. You're not going to change the mind of adults and people who have already formed critical thinking skills and can be like, dude, you're fucking crazy, or fuck you. No, I'm not doing that, right? No, what you do is you get children before they've even begun to think critically about anything. And you indoctrinate them in your communist worldviews. Right? Like, everybody should be able to fuck a pumpkin. Right? Why not? You're not free if you can't fuck a pumpkin. Well, I guess maybe, but you're also crazy if you want to, right? Like, what? What does that even mean? But those are literally, when you talk about children with litter boxes in the classroom and all this, you're talking about the same thing, right? You might be thinking, oh, where does he come from with that? Well, that's where I come from, because all of the things that are being suggested to be allowed in the school system up until very recently are of equivalent fucking insanity. But
yeah,
no.
you don't have to. The problem is that you have the freedom to be an idiot. You just don't have to support it, and that's the problem. They were supporting it.
You actually, here's the thing though. Here's the double-edged sword. You don't have the freedom to be an idiot.
I'm talking about your litter boxes.
A very good point. I guess it's a very good point you bring up. You do not have the freedom to be an idiot. Okay, because society is always progressing and moving forward. So if you're an idiot, somebody else is going to take it. Because here's how it naturally works. Even if it's not mandated or authorized by law, which it is and has been for like a millennia, actually, for literally about 1,000 years, it's been authorized by law. But if you're a fucking idiot, which is actually the word used in a lot of cases, somebody else can take your property. No, you don't have the freedom to be an idiot. Why would anybody want an idiot?
Yeah, you got a point there. Yeah, I get your logic. Yeah, I agree with that.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. No, it makes sense. I guess I was trying to say that, I'm not good with words here. But, when you got a kid in school pretending he's a cat, using a litter box in the side of the room, who gave him the litter box? It's like, fine, be a cat, but I'm not going to play part of it. If the school gives them a litter box, you're basically acknowledging it. You don't have to acknowledge someone that's being stupid like that. You're like, fine, you have the freedom to be stupid, but I'm not going to acknowledge it for you.
Exactly. You know what? But you don't even have the freedom, because the way that they took everybody's states is when people were being an idiot. Say you were a gambler, a drunk, or a spendthrift, whatever you were, right? You'd go to, like, you could no longer provide for your family that you created. Right? It wasn't propped up by the state through welfare or anything originally, right? You created this family. You embarked upon this endeavor with a partner, your wife. You created this family, and now you can no longer uphold your end of the deal or provide for the business venture that you partook in, which is what a family is, and you go to an overseer of the poor for help. He who accepts the benefit accepts the duty. So, right, as soon as you do that, you are unfit to care for the trust you have created. That's how it works. I seen somebody in the messages, DQR64, talk about trust. What if you're unfit to care for your trust? Do you let the trust waste and dissolve and the people dependent upon it suffer? No. So it's obviously the obligation, and this is the whole conundrum of government. Right? It's the very balance back and forth, the power between the idea of society and non-society. Right? What is non-society? Well, it's an impure form of anarchy, because the only way you could have a pure form of anarchy, which the idealists, including myself, think would be awesome. I wish everybody could conduct themselves properly. Honor their agreements, right? Honor your agreements. Take care of your family. Be honorable, right? That if we could all simultaneously do that right now, we could be free. Do you think that's the case?
No.
No. So what we just dodged was an absolute attempt at takeover under the presumption of it will never be the case. That's what these communists, that's what these people, it will never be the case. So mankind is an instrument that must be hammered out. It's a sword that must be beat out at the what's the word I'm looking for? At the furnace, at the what do they make swords at? Damn it, I'm failing at that.
Forge.
Forge, thank you. Yeah, that humanity is a sword that must be pounded out, hammered out at the forge to become what it's supposed to be. That's one idealism, right? That's the communist idealism. And that's a fact.
Hence the sickle and the hammer.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, exactly. Sickle for farming, hammer for government.
Yep.
Right? And then the other idealism is we have to come up with a more, I hate to use the term, equitable solution for this problem. That's what we have here, right? Because at the bottom line, at the end of the day, right? You know what? I actually want one person to type into the link, they understand common law, or type into the chat, they understand common law perfectly, and they're more than capable of coming up here and explaining how to exist in society under common law. One person. Anybody watching? We got 37 people watching right now, just one person. Or anybody, when you watch this after, just put it in the chat. You're more than welcome, or put it in the comments. You're more than welcome to come up here afterwards. Do any of you know the law? Do you know how it works? I'm not trying to ridicule or like be condescending or be narcissistic. I wish you did. I fucking, with every fiber of my being, I wish you did. But you don't.
That's why I mentioned earlier in the evening John Quaid. So I listened to this speech that a guy by the name of John Quaid did back in '93, and that's when there was a lot of like problems in America when it came to like the government versus a lot of people trying to take back their freedoms. Hence why you had Waco, Ruby Ridge. You had the free men of Montana had a lot of problems. Anyways, big long story short, he said, you know, it was required. Every family in America had to have a Bible on their hearth, and the Bible was the basis for all law. That's where you derive your law from.
100%. No, that's a fact.
And then there was one other thing he mentioned, which kind of shocked me, and it was Shakespeare. And I was like, I have no idea what he meant by that. Now I have something else to look into.
That's actually true also, because Shakespeare wasn't Shakespeare, by the way.
Right.
Shakespeare just got the credit for it. And on top of that, the same person who wrote Shakespeare translated the KJV 1611. And beyond that, you're right when you say the Bible, and most people are repulsed by the idea that all this fucking, because they think about Christians and how Christians look down their nose at
right.
Because they're so self-righteous to go to church every Sunday. But I dare you to challenge any of those Christians that look down their nose at you on scripture. Go ahead and say, hey, recite to me the scripture upon which you think that I'm in error, right? And I bet that, because that's what you'd say to a lawyer or a judge, recite to me the law upon which you feel I'm in error, or you think that I'm in error, right? Like you say that, like, what law? Recite to me the law upon which you base your assertion that it's unlawful for me to do this or that, right? And then they have to do that. It's the same concept with the Bible. And 99% of Christians never be able to, right? Never. In fact, I think if Jesus was alive right now, he probably would not be a Christian.
Yeah, you wouldn't associate himself with him. I'm sure of that.
Right. You know, like, yeah.
Especially the Zionist ones.
Right.
You want what to bring me back?
Well, herein, when it comes to the whole idea of Zionism, that's a conversation. We'll do that for another.
Oh yeah, that's a whole nother ball of wax.
Yeah, that's a whole other ball of wax. But the whole thing is like so people are repulsed by the idea of Christianity, but they don't think about the fact that these books were chosen independently to be part of a culmination, by, and I do give the original Catholic Church, and most people lose this kind of thinking too. And I don't know how you lose this once you realize it. It's like up until 1455, I believe it was, up until the 1400s, there was only one Christianity, only one. That's it. Okay.
Right. Yep.
Right. And so that means from the time of Christ and when they established the church upon the rock of St. Peter, right, all the way till Martin Luther got it in his mind to translate and give to people the Holy Bible, or what he says, and who knows who audited that? We have no idea, right? Here's how much you don't know. But what we do know is that for over 1,000 years, one church was the church. That's it. And you had entire kingdoms, right? So so you can only operate under two assumptions. You can operate under the knowledge, actually, not assumption, one knowledge. You can operate under the knowledge that we're not any smarter than our ancestors were. In fact, I would contest and assert that we are much more stupid than people who lived a long time ago.
It would appear that way.
Because of you have indoor plumbing, you have electricity, you have information at your fingertips, you have everything you need to live readily available to you at a quick drive to the grocery store. And you're talking about being smarter than people that actually had to make a life in essentially a wilderness society. You know what I mean? And then
Had to be self-sufficient. Yeah.
And had to create a society around that. So you think you're smarter than ancient people, first of all. And that's a problem. You're not. You're much more stupid. I'm much more stupid than people who have lived before me. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. And that's not even by my own fault or yours. It's just based on our conditions. You know, there's been this artificial womb that has been created around us. Okay. And so you think that they're susceptible to superstitions or whatever. Why? How is that any different than now? I can show you a fucking 1,000 random ghost videos that are made up that have millions of views that are just obviously fake. Like how are we more subject to how are they more subject to superstition than we are now? Doesn't make any sense. Right? Yet, but for over 1,000 years, you had this enduring establishment that caused entire nations, including their leaders, to become subject to an ideology. Right? Kings and queens, everybody willing to kill and die for this understanding. And you know what? None of us can know exactly what it is. And that's the mystery of history. You like that? Mystery of history. And the only thing we can do is look at the law. Because the one thing that can never change, which always brings me back to, if you say, what is God to you, Ryan? Or Burn the Corporate Fiction, or whatever you want to call me. What is God to you? I would say God is the law expressed. Because the law itself is one aspect of God. And then how it is expressed is the other aspect of God. Or is that too deep?
No, that's a good answer. I mean, I've never actually asked that question myself.
Because the law, well, what is the law? Well, when we break down what the law is, it is essentially, and who can disagree with it, do no harm. But then you get into some interesting situations with that, right? And so how is it expressed then? And ultimately, what is birthed from these conundrums and situations, or even to get deeper outside of how to deal with what does law say, like both your wife and your daughter's going to die unless she has an abortion, right? Like, I detest abortion. I am entirely against it. I think it is abhorrent. I think it's child sacrifice. I think it's awful, right?
Agreed.
But if your wife and your child is both going to die unless she has an abortion, what decision do you make?
Hmm.
Do you roll the dice, or is even? And I don't know the answer to this. I'm gonna be honest. I thank God every day I wasn't put in this situation. I don't know the answer. Do you make the decision, save the wife, abort the child, or do you roll the dice and say God provides, right? God, it's whatever God wants.
Or the doctor's wrong. Yeah.
Or the doctor's wrong. Yeah, exactly. Where do you go with that, right? How do we know? We don't. But these are the complexities of actual law. You know what I mean? And so when you presume to to expound upon with authority and discuss something that's so complicated and intricately woven within the very fabric of our existence from time immemorial, it's like, because one thing's for sure, there's never been a point in time in human history where there wasn't law. At least recorded history. So where does it come from? How do we interpret it? Who gives the authority? Well, they've worked this out over centuries, okay, and millennia rather. At least the who gives authority part, because ultimately nobody knows the answer to the other things. At least I don't believe they do. And there might be some non-human things that exist in this world that do know the answer, but me personally, I don't. And the one thing they have worked out is what creates law is your agreement. Now, we get into a layer more in depth than that. What constitutes agreement? And this is where I argue with my father, which many of you seen me argue with him last weekend, and he acted like a total child, right? And couldn't answer my question, so he wanted to change the subject. Okay, so how does changing the subject, which is what I tried to bring up, how does changing the subject answer my question? It doesn't. Okay, it does not. You can't answer my question. So, which is why him and I will be perpetually on the outs for a while. But
You got that bad? I dropped out. I was like, okay, I've seen you guys get in an argument like that. That's the third time. And finally I was like, all right, you guys don't need me here anymore. So I went to bed.
Yeah,
I didn't finish listening.
Different. We're ideologically
different.
I
know. I do.
But
I totally understand. I can see his side quite a bit too,
You can, and so
it's
can
probably
I.
because I'm closer to his age.
No, it's not. It's the difference
Awesome.
is that he's never chosen to evolve past his understanding of just everything's fucked. And I'm trying to explain to you guys that it's indeed not.
Yeah, well, some people there's half the world's made up of glass is half full, and the rest of them the glass is half empty.
Not. I mean, I get what you're saying, but the whole thing
and
is,
sometimes the people that see the glass is half full, they're right. But sometimes when the people are looking at half empty, they're like, hey, by the way, they were right too, because they're looking they're looking at something coming on.
To a certain degree, but I would disagree in the fact that anybody has the ability to determine what the glass is, and he thinks he has the ability to do that. Right?
Oh yeah. So to get back to Trump, I never got to explain I guess when I started talking about tariffs.
No.
And removing income.
Let me finish my thought real quick on what I was saying.
Okay.
Is that the issue is that people think that they have it all figured out, right? I have been repeatedly shown and humbled, and that's the big thing, is people can never be humbled. That the truther community, and I'm going to attack the truther community for a moment. You know everything. I knew everything. I knew exactly how it was, right? I knew it. I know how it works. And anybody who can't see it is an idiot, right? Any alternative viewpoint is contradictory to what I know to be the truth, because I fucking know it, right? And I did.
Yeah.
I did know it. Turns out, man, it's not actually like that. The whole thing goes back to your consent, which is what I was getting to. And that's what determines what is law? It's your consent. Now, there's an added layer of complexity added to your consent. Okay. Now, do you think you have to express your consent to give me your consent? Do you have to tell me yes?
Yes.
You think so?
No, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Say
So
that again.
no, it's I want you to say this because I'm going to teach you something. And I know I'm younger than you. I respect your age and your experience. And I guarantee you there's many things about life that you know much better than I do. Trust me, I'm sure that's true. But what I'm about to tell you, I'm trying to teach you something. Okay? Because guess what? I can learn from my child. And I have learned from my children. So it's
Awesome.
Yeah, that's how it works, right? So you think you need to expressly give me your consent for me to have your consent? Is that true or no? It's not a trick question. Just say.
Well, it's kind of a confusing question. I guess, yeah. You know, if you want my consent, you have to ask for it. Hell yeah.
Okay. Now, what if I ask for it by sending you a presentment or showing you a presentment?
Why? Because you're unable to speak on your own behalf?
No. I send you a presentment, right? Or I show you a presentment.
Kind of lazy.
Like say in the case of an election, like here are your options. That's a presentment. But
and I would reject that because based upon what you talked about when it came to the Vikings, the law could never be written down. And put something as a presentment, it creates confusion. I would rather have you come and ask for my consent directly.
Well, you're misunderstanding. I said it was never written down due to the wisdom.
Oh, I'll say. Well, when you say presentment, I'm assuming you're presenting me with something to look at or read.
Well,
that's my interpretation.
What a presentment, a traffic ticket is a presentment, right? So
yes,
let's use that. Say I issue a traffic ticket to you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right.
I don't contract with you.
Okay. So if you don't show up or you don't respond to it, is that consent or no?
Oh no, you have to dispute.
There you go. And that is the point. Silence is consent. This is what I try to get across to my father.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it took me a long time to understand that.
So we may be new souls to this realm, and we may know and see, like, God damn, how would they let it get this fucked up, right? Like, how the fuck did they let it get this fucked up? Like, as we come into our own, even you at your age, 20 years, we're all part of the same generation of souls coming in to fix things, right? Mm-hmm. Or not, however it works out, because it has to have that dichotomy. And we're coming in, we're like, oh, that doesn't even make sense. Why would I even respond to that? Like, where do you get the authority, right? But the simple fact is that that's how they get your consent when they show you something or they present you with something. Like if I was a judge and I sent you a letter that says, hey, this woman says this child is yours. You're the father, right? You need to come show up and deal with this matter. And you go, I don't even know that woman. I'm not going to show up. Fuck that, right? They send you another notice and they say, hey, you didn't show up. You need to show up to discuss this matter. You know, do a paternity test, whatever the case may be, right? You're thinking, I don't even know this fucking woman. I'm not going to waste my time dealing with you. Like, what the fuck? Leave me alone, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, fall on you.
Third notice. This is your final notice. Okay? If you don't show up to dispute this, we're going to assume that it's true. Because that is the automatic assumption. Always.
Yeah, there's your 3 strikes, your assumption. I agree.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it makes me laugh because I'm sure you've seen them on YouTube. The guy that looks like he's Amish, got the long gray beard. He's always putting out all this catchy, did you see what they did next? But it was really funny because he lives off grid. And he says, when I realized that I was going to be living off grid with no public utilities, no water, no sewer, none of that. He says, I realized I did not need a mailbox.
Well, what I want you to understand.
Have fun giving me your presentment.
Well, what I want people to understand, and even that applies to what I'm about to say, and I see the comments and people thinking like I literally, and again, the challenge still stands, and this will be my entire challenge the entire time my channel is, and this is where my channel is. And like, if any of you that are subscribers feel like you know better than I do, let's have a conversation about law, how it exists, how it has evolved, right? How it's evolved from England to here, especially, or we can go back to ancient Rome if you want to, or the Celts or the Druids, because I've studied it all. Wherever you want to go, we can handle it all, right? We can talk about this. And the law is binding because that is spiritual and esoteric, and it will bind you. It will fucking bind you. That's why they use it. Okay? It will bind you. Right? And we talk about this. And then we talk about the conversations my father and I have had, where I say, listen, bro, I understand everything you're saying. I agree with you. I know how fucked up everything is. And listen, I guarantee you, none of you can tell me anything that I don't know about how fucked up the law is and how everything's working. Why I can tell you exactly how they do everything. I can go through the Trading with the Enemy Act creates the licensing law. I can go through the fucking 14th Amendment creates marriage license. I can go through everything with you. Whatever you want to go through, we can go through this. And when I tell you that ultimately this is your country, this is your trust, and when you don't speak in the election, that's exactly what they want. And I can only thank God that I did, and that a majority of people who don't know what I know or you know realize. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you just broke up for a little bit.
Yeah, I know, because they were trying to stop what I was saying, so I stopped saying
I
it. And then
of course.
now I'll continue. Right? Yeah, fuck you people. Look.
Langley. Say Langley.
So who wanted to break up our lives, man? Listen, your voice, Matt, like it's the only thing. Everything they do can only be by consent. Like, how weird is it that every single one of us that know about the truth, they're like, man, it's almost like they have to show us what they're going to do in movies. Isn't that weird? They have to show us that, right? They have to show us that. It's weird. Why do they show us that? And we all noticed it. There's entire channels dedicated to it. Predictive programming. You know why? Because they fucking need your consent. But what you're not realizing is that silence is consent. And now the added caveat to this that I was getting to before YouTube interrupt my fucking speech here is that they always have to present you with two options. They have not two options that serve them. They have to actually give you a choice. If you don't have a choice, then they remove your free will. And believe me, when I know this for a fact, that if they remove your free will, whatever they do will never work, ever. Never has. They learned that a long time. They learned that about 1,000 years ago, actually. They learned that about 1,000 years ago. When they remove your free will, it will never fucking work. They need your free will. And part of your free consent is silence. If you're silent, I'm just not going to participate. Oh, cool. You have no will then. I guess I'll administer your will since you're not going to, because guess what? You as a living being, you have will, whether you use it or not. And when you're not going to use it, in the same concept, when you don't use your ability to take care of your family or you spend your money erroneously, when you use the God-given gift of will, when you don't use it, I'll use it for you. That's what they do. It's literally exactly 100 fucking % what they do to you.
Yeah. No, I think you're absolutely right. Your silence is your consent. And therefore, the system will work because you're not protesting it.
No, that's
right?
the whole thing.
Let's go back to like the Trump's election. That was a mandate.
It's yes, and that's what made it. Listen, if you guys aren't going to get on board, then you're going to perish in stupidity, because that was the mandate of us as humanity, people, as mankind.
Yeah.
Like,
Like I said, I have optimistic, hopeful skepticism.
well, no, you should always be, listen, you should always be skeptical, but you should always be realistic. So here's the thing. Like, a lot of us are actually inherently in the truth community, and I hate to say it, but I hope most will agree and admit it about themselves. We're narcissistic. You know why? You know why we're narcissistic?
Because we know more than the sheeple.
We know more than the sheeple.
Yeah,
And the
that's the way I
sheeple make
feel.
up the
I feel
majority
like I
of the
can't stand some of these people. I'm like, oh my God, you just repeat what the television says.
So why are we not being the shepherds? What this man and his administration are doing, at least right now, and maybe we'll get into conflict in the future between the two of us, but if we get on board with this movement, we can be shepherds.
Yeah, I'm down with Trump. I just don't understand. You know, like I got a friend of mine, his dad is such a mega head. Like, he would watch everything. You know, he's pretty old, so he just sits at home and he would watch every sometimes he would do 3 what do you call them, events a day. He would watch all 3 all day. I mean, and then if we had any kind of disagreement, he would just ignore it and just keep moving on. It was amazing.
No, I accept the fact. Here's the thing about Trump, and this is where he needs us, right? And why he has so many diverse people. Let me show you guys this from Vivek Ramaswamy, who's part of his. Let me show you guys this, and I'll break down exactly. First, I want you guys to tell me if you understand what Vivek's saying.
I mean, part of me thinks that he's just like, keep your enemies closer is the attitude he's got.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but before you continue, because I know you're still on a negative aspect of it, when you watch Vivek, right, after you watch what Vivek says, if you understand what he's saying about the administrative state and what administration it has directly, it's trust. Fiat means faith. Think about this. Fiat, you have faith in the currency. And the faith in the currency of the investors is what causes these codes to be created to ensure compliance to the trust indenture that gives the fiat value. We'll get into explaining it, because I know that confused everybody, but it actually makes perfect sense to the fucking people watching it that actually are worried about what I say. They know exactly what I just said. So let's check this out, right? This guy, you'll never hear a fucking somebody in government say this shit. You just don't hear it. You do not hear this. This is exactly what the entire system is. Listen to what he fucking says if it shows it. There we go.
Because you got to get rid of the presence of the people who populate that bureaucracy. But in order to do that, you need this industrial logic. And that industrial logic, in my opinion, is what the Supreme Court has already given us, which is this mandate to say,
we need to get out of debt. What he just fancily said was, you need this industrial logic to get rid of the administrative bureaucracy, means you need to stop letting these people be in the pocket of this country. We need to get out of debt. The Supreme Court just did that for us. We can open up our pipeline. We can become energy independent. Okay.
Are you talking about the Chevron doctrine?
No,
Okay.
well, yes, that's part of, but that's a very small part of what's going on.
Okay.
It's, I mean, well, not smart, small. It's a big part, but listen to what he's saying. So to get rid of the do you know what the word administrate? Okay, let me explain this to you guys. The word administrate or administrator only applies to trusts. The
Correct.
Trust is only created by the mortgage of your property rights to secure the issuance of what we use as currency, which is the Federal Reserve Note. The Federal Reserve Note's not backed by gold. It's not backed by silver. And in reality, it's not even backed by oil. It's backed by your productive value. It's backed by your sweat equity of your estate. That's what it's backed by. So when they back it by a foreign oil, like internationally is what we're talking about there. They're only backing it internationally with foreign oil. They don't back it internally, domestically, with foreign oil because it's backed by your trust indenture, by your compliance to the motor vehicle code and the IRS code and all that shit, right? That's what it's backed by domestically. Internationally, it's backed by the petroleum. But what Trump wants to do is give us our own oil by tapping the largest oil reserves in the world, larger than Saudi Arabia, in our own country. And he's talking what Vivek says here. He's telling you what's controlling the country. Listen to this guy. Listen with that preamble that I just gave. Listen to what he says from
you got to get rid of the presence of the people who populate that bureaucracy. But in order to do that, you need this industrial logic. And that industrial logic, in my opinion, is what the Supreme Court has already given us, which is this mandate to say the executive branch, the fake executive branch, the administrative state, has written all these rules by fiat.
The fucking fake executive. Every executive agency that's been made by executive order done under martial law based on an emergency situation coming from the Emergency Banking Act of 1933 is what he just said. But he can't say that. Guess why he can't say that? Because his fucking face will be blown off of his body.
Yeah, in a car in Dallas.
Listen to what this is bold. I respect. Listen.
Most of them are illegal. Like they're actually unlawful. They're illegitimate. And so if you have an executive branch that says, okay, we're going to recognize that most of these regulations are illegitimate, there's your blueprint for then shaving down the size of the federal bureaucracy, which is then the permanent solution.
That's what I just said. Using the imperial powers of president to get us much closer to where we need to be, because it's not going to happen in one lifetime. That's what he's telling you. Like, this guy's trying to come in and fucking shave down this monster you stupid fucks have allowed to come into your country and take control of it through the monetary fucking levers of society. Look.
To stop that bureaucracy from perpetuating this kind of illegal rampant action. And I think that's the stuff of how you actually save a country. Boring as that might sound.
It's not boring. And
boring
I think
is that it's not. No, so
I've never.
If we watch it from the beginning, you guys don't have my narrative. Listen to how boring it sounds. It does sound boring to people who don't understand law.
You got to get rid of the presence of the people who populate that bureaucracy. But in order to do that, you need this industrial logic. And that industrial logic, in my opinion, is what the Supreme Court has already given us, which is this mandate to say the executive branch, or fake executive branch, the administrative state, has written all these rules by fiat. Most of them are illegal. Like they're actually unlawful. They're illegitimate. And so if you have an executive branch that says, okay, we're going to recognize that most of these regulations are illegitimate, there's your blueprint for then shaving down the size of the federal bureaucracy, which is then the permanent solution to stop that bureaucracy from perpetuating this kind of illegal rampant action. And I think that's the stuff of how you actually save a country. Boring as that might sound.
Yeah, that was, what was that called? When the Congress gave up their administrative state to the bureaucrats? Oops, lost you. There, Ryan. Hmm. Can you guys still hear me?
Sorry, I just said that entire diatribe. My bad. I had it muted for the video. My point is, what he's talking about, the administrative state that's been created, okay, is based upon your weakness. It's based upon your weaknesses. All right, so they want to supply you and remove from you your ability to supply for yourself. That's very first and foremost. That's what he's talking about. Okay. And when he talks about it, well, first of all, do you understand what he's even saying by administrative states created by fiat?
To me, I thought he was referring to when Congress gave up their duty to write laws, and they gave it to their agencies. Okay,
Yeah,
now you can write rules and regulations, and we don't have to do our job.
No, the Uniform Law Commission, yes, is an unelected tribunal of bar members who draft and suggest laws to every state in the country. It's the ULC. Look it up. It's not, you think Congress writes law? No, they don't do shit. They just
right. But what I'm saying is the Congress actually wrote something that basically said that these bureaus, like the the EPA, for example, that they could write law, or statute, whatever you want to call it.
No,
but they gave that up.
So
and it was something that they wrote, like it was passed in Congress. Like, okay, now you guys have the same ability we have, so we don't have to do our job.
The word administration, if you look it up so Bouvier's Law Dictionary is the only dictionary in the world that was made to conform to the Constitution and the laws of the United States. And Bouvier's Law Dictionary, 1856, or any edition you want to look up, right? But especially the older ones. The word administrator only has one genre when it's used, and you know what genre the word administrator falls under.
Yeah, you're saying that the administrator is anybody that controls an estate.
No, yes.
Or a trust.
Trust. As soon as you look up the word administrator in Bouvier's, it says trusts in parentheses, which means they've taken control of your estate. Because whether you realize it or not, every single person in this country has an estate. Every single fucking person in this country has an estate. Whether you realize it or not. You may not be like, what, you're saying I'm nobility? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they've made an estate for you based on your property. They went ahead and created it. You have an estate, but it's yours. And honestly, if you were a functioning member of society who knew how to be one of the people and not an infant, you would know that, because that's how you operate in society. For thousands, literally, I promise you guys, thousands of years, every family had a house. Well, except for the paupers, the poor, and the crazy, indigent, all those people. Like, yes, you've always had the refuse. That is the very foundation of the communist tactic, is to use the refuse of society against its productive members to take absolute control using pity. Name one example where that isn't the case. Name one civil rights act or freedom movement where they're not trying to get you to feel bad for some fucking people that don't know how to handle their shit. Where's that happen at?
Yeah, no, trust me. Anytime I see them talking about using my feelings to get something done, I know it's a trap. I'm like, I've learned my lesson over the years.
And what
trust me, I used to be very liberal when I was younger. I was like,
no, I know that's the problem. Yeah. And so what he's talking about is eradicating the bureaucracy that doesn't exist lawfully. The reason they have authority over you and your property is because you've contracted with them for some financial benefit. Now, he can't outright say that because he'll get his face shot off. But that's what he's trying to say. And what the country actually just did, so I'm not insulting my viewers and not insulting the country. The country just actually said, no, we can handle our own shit. Because the only people who voted for Kamala were people concerned about their welfare benefits and their ability to groom children. That's pretty much it. Do you disagree?
No, I don't disagree.
No, they're like, oh, they're going to take away our rights. Your right to do what? Your right to kill babies and groom children? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, or just that you believe that the orange man's bad because you haven't bothered to really listen to what he has to say.
No, I'm talking about the people that actually legitimately disagree with the policy, not just the straight brainwashed, which is why you had to own land to be an elector in the first place in the country. You had to own land. You had to have a vested interest in society to be an elector, by the way, if anybody doesn't know that, which is also brilliant, because why would I let a retard fucking mooch affect my life? And you have to understand, these are wealthy people who are well-to-do, and they're like, yes, that is how society should exist. They're not bad people. They're just successful people. That's it. This guy, Vivek, he's just successful. He wants you to have the same opportunity he has. That's it. As he doesn't, like if you're a wasteful, moochy, fucking libtard communist, then fuck off. But outside of that, if you want to be able to just advance upon your own merits and not be pinned down by administrative red tape of stupid licensing and regulation, then yeah, here's what we're trying to do. So let's get back to that. I'm sorry I muted for the first. I didn't realize I always mute for my videos. I should probably not do that. So let's back up a little bit.
Most of them are illegal. Like they're actually unlawful. They're illegitimate. And so if you have an executive branch that says, okay, we're going to recognize that most of these regulations are illegitimate, there's your blueprint for then shaving down the size of the federal bureaucracy,
yes,
which is then the permanent solution to stop that bureaucracy from perpetuating this kind of illegal rampant action. And I think that's the stuff of how you actually save a country. Boring as that might sound.
It's not boring. And I think I've never heard in all the, my whole life in Washington, anybody suggest that this is a process that could really be stalled or reversed. The process being the growth of the federal government, which is just inexorable because the purpose of the institution is to protect itself and expand. That's
like a law of physics
that's
applied to this
it.
government.
Every institution exists.
Listen to these brilliant men. I would love to have a conversation with them because Tucker's exactly right. The purpose, which is why all of our founders say that the government should be chained, right, by the Constitution. Originally, the Articles of Confederation, which obviously didn't give the dark side enough chance, I guess. I don't know why they scrapped it, but well, that's exactly why they scrapped it, because you have to get fair play. But he's absolutely right about what he's saying is, nobody understands, well, at least these types of people, right, who know how to manage their business, know how to manage their families, know how to exist in society, have no idea why these rampant welfare fucking programs are being progressed and accepted to the point where because any welfare, okay, so let me put this out there, and people have to understand this, is there's no such thing as welfare. There's no such thing as free. Do you think there's such thing as free?
Absolutely not.
Right. So anytime,
Unless it comes from nature.
but is it free? Because you have to still work against nature to obtain it.
Sunlight? I don't know.
Well, okay, sunlight. Sunlight's a good example.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things we get for free, but not from humanity.
Right, but even in nature, since you brought it up, if you want a walking stick, is that twig you see on the ground?
No, I get it.
No, it's not.
No, but you have the right to travel, though.
You always have the right to travel, and that's
yeah.
the
But
whole
if you
point.
pick up a stick, I've heard, I get it.
These people are advocating for exactly what we believe in, and I love Tucker Carlson. Let me tell you guys something. Like, people think Tucker's a chill. I know his dad was CIA, right? But I watched him wake up. I watched it. personally, and nobody else has ever commented on it. Actually, I've never seen somebody talk about Tucker's, waking up. But I watched him when it was January 6th that woke him up. Well, no, it was actually the Kennedy assassination combined with January 6th that woke him up. When the very first thing was he seen the bullshit around January 6th. And he was like, wait a minute. And he talked to the whatever horn psyop guy that they had, right? Which then adds an extra layer of what I'm talking about. But this is all just part of. But anyways, he seen that, and he was like, he got him freed. He's like, wait a minute. This guy wasn't a violent insurrectionist. He was allowed into the Capitol building by the Capitol Police. I have the video footage. Somebody gave Tucker the video footage. He showed it on Fox News. That guy got released from prison. He got fired. And when that happened, this guy, like, you have to remember, Tucker Carlson was an asshole. He was an asshole. He was a 9/11. Anybody who contradicted 9/11, he was an asshole. He's like, well, what do you mean? Well, you think our own government would do this? But the reason he was such an asshole is because he's so logical, which is the danger with logic. Logic without being open to new ideas, right? Like, he's very logical. He could not in his mind process how the government could be behind 9/11, right? He could not in his mind process how the government could be behind January 6th, right? He could not in his mind comprehend how the government could be behind COVID. But what ended up happening was a culmination of events and him getting fired. And he goes, holy shit. The very thing, and you have to admire him. I admire him because he realized the very thing he devoted his entire life to was the enemy.
Yeah, it seems like that. I still want to believe that he's legit.
No, so he is legit. And here's what a lot of people have trouble understanding is that
to me, it's so crazy that, like, a lot of us woke up a long time ago, and it's like nobody in mainstream ever woke up, and it was like, what the hell,
then Tucker did.
And if anybody did, they gave him the Owen Benjamin treatment, where they basically blacklisted you to death.
You could literally watch Tucker wake up to the way the world works. He started doing interviews with Ice Cube. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck would ever see Tucker Carlson do an interview with Ice Cube? And, Ice Cube, of course, is like, yeah, they've been fucking us over for years, bro. Where you been at? You know what I mean? Like, that's what,
Never saw it, but okay. It's funny.
You never seen that? It's amazing.
No.
It's a great interview. No, they talk about the system. They talk about the industry, the rap industry, all that stuff.
And that's why I don't give any credence to anybody that comes out of those industries. Like, I don't want to hear anything they have to say. I just assume they're controlled.
Where was the last time you heard Ice Cube talked about? Because he totally went against them with COVID and everything, and he's faded into obscurity. The last big thing he did was a Tucker Carlson interview.
Well, anybody that gets faded, and I'll just go back and say, like, the Owen Benjamin treatment, because he was the first person that had any kind of clout that got really axed from making a living in this country. And that was a wake-up call. That's what woke me up, was what they did to Owen.
Well, Tucker Carlson was kind of the same thing. And listen, guys,
true.
And people have to understand that. So there's a huge danger with our community, and our community is the danger is becoming too pessimistic.
I agree.
No, it is. It's 100%. You just think it's all fucked. Then what? Then what do we do? Do you want to just blow up the planet? What do you guys want to do?
Yeah, that's called giving up. I agree. No, you're right.
What do you want to do?
Absolutely. No, you never lay down.
Right. You never lay down. Here's the thing. These guys, do I see 100% eye to eye with any of the people I've presented tonight? No. Fucking no, I don't. Right? And the problem for me, as narcissistic as it might sound, is I know exactly how law works and how the world works. And if anybody wants to challenge me on that, I'm more than welcome. You're more than welcome up here. What's up, Ryan S? I see you. But you're more than welcome up here. And we can have this conversation. anytime you want. Just put it in the chat, put it in the comments after the video is posted. I'm more than happy to have you up here and we can have a conversation about
So
law.
Ryan, you
Anybody
mentioned something about Trump opening up all the oil, right?
Dude, no shit. That's the most brilliant fucking thing.
Well, again, I
Because-
understand,
no,
but
no,
what
listen,
what it does is it makes us more self-sufficient as a country. Would you agree?
well, no, yeah, I would agree on that. but
Okay,
even
so if you have a country that's more self-sufficient, or
added
it-
the lawfare aspect of it, which is a new term I just learned from the fucking media recently. I didn't even know lawfare was a fucking thing, but there's how they just casually introduce a fucking term into society and they're like, oh, it's fucking lawfare. They've been waging warfare. Okay, well, I guess it makes sense because I know court is warfare in the first place.
Yeah.
It's actually the reason why we don't have to kill each other. If we go to court, we don't have to kill each other. That's the point.
Yeah,
of
what do you
court.
think they've been doing to Trump for like the last 4 or 5 years? They've been just lawfaring him.
Well, because they can't kill him. They know that.
Well,
'cause if
they
killed him,
tried,
you'd have such a
apparently.
rebellion- You'd have such a rebellion in this country. It'd be ridiculous. There's just no way they could tolerate that. So that's why they've been using lawfare. Right, but we use lawfare. And
Yeah.
who here understands exactly how this country is supposed to work? I do. I know exactly how we're supposed to operate this country. I'll stand up to a lawyer right now, or judge, or a Supreme Court judge. I know exactly. God knows that I know how this country is supposed to operate. So who wants to have a conversation about it? Anybody? Right. Well, it won't, because it's unrealistic in this certain aspect of that. It takes a certain level of comprehension of the average person in order to create a society of understanding law. And that's just not a thing. Which is why the bar exists. I despise the bar. They know I don't like them. Like, I don't want any smoke with you guys, but I'm just saying I don't like you very much. So, whatever. Right. But that's the whole thing, is like, do you know how law exists? Like, do you know how this country, how is this country supposed to operate? Can you answer that? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. You can just say no, and I'm not.
No, but I'll tell you something. I watched some videos this week that really kind of opened my eyes to, because I'm not any person that's ever been part of organized religion. I never really understood the Catholic Church or Protestantism or any of that stuff. But once I started to look at history, I was like, oh, wow. So, the United States was basically colonized by a lot of Protestants because they were fleeing Europe because of the persecution of the Catholic Church. And then I started to follow that line of logic. And I was like, okay, well, where were most of the Protestants in the United States that were doing the best? Oh, they were down in the South. And you know what? It took 10 years of poking and prodding to get the Civil War started. It wasn't like it just happened overnight. It was basically orchestrated, and it took about 10 years to come up with the Civil War to get it started. And the whole goal, in my opinion, was the 14th Amendment and the administrative state that we have today. And it all goes back to the fact that, they saw America as a self-sufficient country. We didn't want to partake in any foreign wars. Because we had everything we needed to survive as a country. And these people just came over here and they said, look, no way, we want what you have, and we're going to start sucking off of you. That's what it feels like to me.
Well,
I know that's a kind of like a totally different tangent, but I really do look at that and I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. That's just the Catholic Church. And, if you look at the oath of the Jesuits, it's like, what was their goal? Oh, to just basically flay, kill, crush the skulls. That's pretty blatantly you got a mandate to come kill everybody that doesn't go along with your fucking way of bowing down to the Vicar of Christ.
Well, with that aspect, I agree to a certain extent. I think it's a little general. There's a lot of generalization on what the
Sure. Yeah, that's just like the big picture view that I've been developing over the last
So there's a
while here.
Yeah, and so I get that, but ultimately, there is, and I have to make this clear to my subscribers, there is actually one way the world's supposed to work. And there was only one Christianity. Okay? And there's something that comes with that, right? So when you read, so if I say like, God sent forth the Israelites to conquer the Canaanites and kill every last man, woman, and child. How does that sound? It sounds pretty horrible, right? Or no, how does it sound to you just objectively without my input? Every last man, woman, and child, eradicate all of them.
Kind of like they did to Carthage, where they salted the land.
But how does it sound? It sounds horrible, right?
Yeah, it does.
But why?
Because they were practicing child sacrifice.
My goodness, right? Like it's fucking weird, right? So you're gonna say that like
they followed ball.
Right. So like not only like the adult, like, so you have to understand genetics and inheritance and behavioral and inheritance, enculturation, right? There's a way that the world works that most people are so entirely ignorant of, intentionally, by the dark side. They want you to be ignorant. That's where liberalism comes from. They want you to tolerate heinous behavior. I agree. If I was to sum up liberalism, which is a misnomer, because what liber means book in the first place, which means to be learned if you apply it to liberalism, and then somehow that got extrapolated to the idea of freedom. And now we call
that sounds gay.
another contradiction. We call the communists liberals, right? So like here's the wordplay, right? But at the end of the day, right, this concept of like, kumbaya has been used deceptively to get you to accept drag queen story time, right? No, it worked for a little while, didn't it?
Didn't work on me.
No, it didn't work on you, didn't work on me, and didn't work on, thank God, the people who are now in charge of our nation. But
that rhetoric that you used, brilliant rhetoric, was, well, why don't they take it to the senior citizen homes? They need story time too, don't they?
Exactly.
That's brilliant rhetoric. I mean, if anybody said that in the media, in the mainstream, the masses heard that rhetoric, it just, the truth is, like, when you use rhetoric properly, it destroys everything.
That's why
I learned that from Owen Benjamin. Owen Benjamin taught me a lot when I listened to him for those 3
rhetoric?
or 4 years.
What is rhetoric?
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't think I've ever looked up the definition.
I can answer it's one of the seven liberal arts and sciences. And liberal meaning real liberal, like libertas, right?
Yeah.
Being learned and understanding in order to be free. You have to be able to express. If you can't use rhetoric to express what you don't know what you're attempting to express. That's a fact. I've been using rhetoric entirely this evening because I understand what I'm saying, and I challenge anybody to combat me. That's the point of it.
Yeah, right? That makes sense. Yeah.
Rhetoric has been used under a negative connotation by the communists to make you think it means something bad. No, it's just expressing what you know with beauty, elegance, and strength.
Well, then that makes sense to me, because when somebody uses good rhetoric, it destroys narratives overnight, like
immediately.
Immediately. That's what I love about it.
Yes. Yeah. Rhetoric is what they use against us, and rhetoric is what we use against them. Therefore, it is a neutral force, a neutral concept.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the whole thing.
Hence why I said good rhetoric.
No, exactly. And the qualifier is necessary. But then again, the qualifier could be what's good to you is not good to Mark Cuban, who wanted communism so he could be a fucking shogun of a town. Because that's what he did right before he thought Kamala was going to win. He bought a fucking town. He's like, I'm about to be a fucking governor, bro.
I want to see this town. Was it a ghost town, or is it full of like certain group of people?
Just look up
Middle America.
Town. Just look up Marquette. He definitely.
I really have to see how he even got to the point where like the town's like, we're so broke, please buy us. What were the circumstances surrounding it? That does fascinate me. I had no idea. I don't follow mainstream news, and it didn't come across my feeds.
No, it wouldn't.
but it makes me laugh.
Well, let's see if I can look it up.
I don't know. Henry Ford built a whole entire town
Yeah, there
based
we go.
upon his
Popped up
vision
in
of society down there in the Brazilian forest,
Oh,
and it
here
went
you
to
go.
shit eventually.
Here, and he owns another town right now. So let's see. Let's stop that. Let's present this. So Mark Cuban now also owns the town of Mustang in Navarro County. It's located on Interstate 45, which is now 9 in numerology. But Mavericks owner Mark Cuban is the new owner of a Texas town just south of Dallas, right? So he bought Mustang.
He bought it just for the name.
No, look,
No,
he says
I'm just joking.
because it's not just because, it's because he thought Kamala Harris was going to win and because Kamala was going to fucking hand us over to communists. And the reason she's able to do that is because you motherfuckers don't know the law.
Well, if he was buying towns, who else was?
Well, that's a good.
Or is he just the one that had the foresight? Because, I mean, obviously, you know, if he was going to get rich buying a town or if it was going to have some benefit for him, what about the rest of the people in that Kamala club?
Good night, DQR64, man. I appreciate you. You have a good night. I hope you watch the rest, and thank you for your contributions. And you're absolutely right about this. It is common law is God's law. It's natural law. Okay. It's basically to define it properly, it is natural applied to societal interaction, which, as you said aptly, is do no harm. Unfortunately, there's this caveat called contract. So what you agree to, you're also bound to. So you can't just be free to do whatever you want as long as you don't hurt anybody when you have engaged in contract. And they have long known this, and you and everyone else are now so deeply ensnared in contract that's why I'm showing you the stuff about Trump, who you guys somehow, not sure really how or why, hate this guy when he's taken an absolute net loss to even stand up for you. Okay? Taking an absolute net fucking loss to stand up for you. And the things that he is saying and doing are, dude, they are so against it. Okay, so within 48 hours of Trump being president, what happened?
All hell broke loose.
No, actually, all the hell that was breaking loose stopped breaking loose. They came back.
Well, I know. That's the part that scared me. They were way too quiet.
No, Hamas was like, yeah, we don't want to fight with Israel anymore. Russia's like, hey, we support whatever you want to do with Ukraine. And every other fucking war in the world literally stopped. Fucking stopped right away. It fucking
You mean
stopped.
the two most profitable things in the world?
Right. My dad literally showed this on a show, which is amazing. I'm like, what are you, fucking schizophrenic? Like, why are you, what? It should all be doom and gloom, right? But Trump stopped every fucking war in the world. Yeah, that shows you that he's not certain on his position. That's why he shows stuff like that, because parts of him believe that, like, oh shit, wow, okay, this is pretty unusual. Of course it is. Right? So anyway, I had a couple more clips I wanted to show you guys tonight. So let's see. And listen, the beautiful thing about anything he's saying, which I have to point out, last time he said a bunch of stuff, he followed through with it, and everybody's like, well, he didn't arrest Hillary Clinton. That's the only thing they can say. You didn't arrest Hillary. Well, let me tell you why, because he can't tell you why. You know why he can't tell you why? Because he's part of that system, and I can tell you why, because I'm not. And I can tell you why, because there is no court system to prosecute Hillary Clinton under. Okay, she's not under a trust indenture. Every single court case is an administrative hearing of a violation of trust, and wealthy politicians are not being administered. So there is literally no court system in which, even if he fraudulently believed that he could, there is no court system that he can prosecute Hillary Clinton or anybody under. The only people who can actually prosecute Hillary Clinton is us.
Well, then what was that going on up in New York when Trump was apparently found guilty of 34 felonies? What was that all about?
Those were all commercial crimes. He's trying to convict her of actual crimes.
Oh, you mean crime, actual violent crime?
Yeah, like actual, stuff. Like, frazzle drip or whatever.
Frazzle drip.
Yeah, so here you go. This is amazing right here. And you watch Hillary Clinton's recent speeches, and she's pissed.
If we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that. If this most fundamental right is allowed to perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple, just like dominoes, one by one. They'll go down. That's why today I'm announcing my plan to shatter the left-wing censorship regime and to reclaim the right to free speech for all Americans. And reclaim is a very important word in this case because they've taken it away. In recent weeks, bombshell reports have confirmed that a sinister group of deep state bureaucrats, Silicon Valley tyrants, left-wing activists, and depraved corporate news media have been conspiring to manipulate and silence the American people. They have collaborated to suppress vital information on everything from elections to public health. The censorship cartel must be dismantled and destroyed, and it must happen immediately. And here's my plan. First, within hours of my inauguration, I will sign an executive order banning any federal department or agency from colluding with any organization, business, or person to censor, limit, categorize, or impede the lawful speech of American citizens. I will then ban federal money from being used to label domestic speech as mis or disinformation. And I will begin the process of identifying and firing every federal bureaucrat who has engaged in domestic censorship, directly or indirectly, whether they are the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Health, Human Services, the FBI, the DOJ, no matter who they are. Second, I will order the Department of Justice to investigate all parties involved in the new online censorship regime, which is absolutely destructive and terrible, and to aggressively prosecute any and all crimes identified. These include possible violations of federal civil rights law, campaign finance laws, federal election law, securities law.
So I want to point this out. All the laws, and it's actually, I noticed this at Trump's, like at the inception of the pandemic, right? Or scamdemic, whatever we want to call it. I don't care if YouTube takes it down. It's whatever. I got almost as many people on Rumble. So here's the thing. He used the pandemic against them to stop the border crossings. He said, oh, well, we don't know who might come through with COVID, right? We have no idea, right? We don't want people just coming across the border that might have COVID. And so he used that executive authority to create the most draconian fucking border policy that has ever existed. It's amazing.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
No, it's amazing.
So I got a couple points to make here.
Go
One,
ahead.
the first time I saw that video, I couldn't tell if it was real or not because, AI and just, deep fake things. And I was like, the first time I saw that, I was like, that's no way that's real. I was looking at it, trying to see if his voice was syncing up with his lips. I was like, this can't be real. I mean, I was blown away because I was like, how come he didn't do this in this first administration? I think maybe he's, and if it's true, then I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And I'm going to go, well, maybe him and Tucker Carlson are still waking up just like we all did. And
that's exactly.
Maybe this is a great thing.
No, I'm telling you, that's exactly what it is.
But again, I'm very skeptical.
You should be. I would never discourage skepticism ever. I'm always.
Yeah, I'm going to hold him to it.
But what I've very much realized is exactly that. So to get on Joe Rogan's podcast, that wasn't him. That was his kid, Barron. Right? He doesn't know this. He's an old ass. He's fucking almost 80, dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true.
Do you know what I mean?
And he's not exposed to like what we get exposed to. I mean,
no.
I mean, most of my education is autodidactic. I mean, I've learned a lot just from like cruising around YouTube or poking at, through Telegram. You know, it's like, oh, I didn't know that. Well, is that true or not? You know, you have to take everything with a grain of salt. There's one thing I learned, trust but verify. I mean, it's like I've been down so many rabbit holes, and I go, well, you know what? I can see both sides of the truth on this one. You know, is it real? And a lot of times I end up in the middle still.
You should always be in the middle. I always stay in the middle, right? Because listen, this is susceptible to corruption. And honestly, Elon Musk jumped on. Like, look, you'll notice this post is Elon's. He jumped on.
Literally jumped like you did on that stage in Butler.
No, he fucking totally jumped on this, but I actually like Elon because you know what? Elon does recommend, or he represents the dark side. Okay? He does.
I think so. He's a little bit of a Baphomet, isn't he?
No, he told you he represents the dark side. What is his brand of MAGA? What's it called?
Dark.
Dark MAGA.
Yeah.
But guess what? Both sides are not going for the complete Apophis. So you know what? Let me use Egyptian mythology for this reference. Okay, so you have Set and Osiris and Horus, right? Okay, so Set and Osiris are brothers. Set is jealous of Osiris, kills Osiris, chops him up into pieces, and what is resurrected is Horus, right? Okay, cool. But then you also have another deity in that pantheon. It's called Apophis, which we just had a comment come by that apparently, right, which is not, we know the truth about that, but the whole thing is they put that into the human psychology, right? The psychology of mankind. I hate the word human. I find myself using it still, but mankind, psychology of mankind. And it's Apophis. And who knows what Apophis is? Do you know what Apophis is? It's the complete destruction of life. So Ra, who is another Egyptian deity, constantly fights off Apophis. And I know I'm getting out there for a lot of my viewers, and they're like, oh, how can you relate that to this current situation? But it is where my knowledge has sent me. And this is, we were all facing absolute destruction. To the point where even Dark MAGA jumped on fucking board and was like, you know what, fuck my family, fuck your technocracy, fuck AI destruction. I'm supporting this guy because we're not going to make it if you don't. And that's what he did. We literally just faced that. Nobody realized it. I don't know how nobody realizes this, but we literally just faced this.
I just assumed that I was going to be in a civil war if Kamala got elected.
Well, that was true to a degree.
Either that or just, blatant, what do they call that?
So they wanted
silent disregard for your authority.
Listen, I've had some of my buddies contact me and stuff, and I'm not nobody necessarily, but I'm not that guy, and the whole thing is I had some of my people contact me and they're like, what do you think? Do you think they're going to stop him from being certified, or do you think they're going to stop this or stop that? And I said, dude, they can't.
Yeah.
Do you know why? Because the only way they could do what they had actually planned on doing is simply this.
Okay? JFK.
Well, no, they'll never do that. That's why, do you know what happened as a result of JFK? An entirely new constitutional amendment was ratified so that they never have to kill a president again. I'm dead serious. They barely got away with that. Barely. And they're still not going to, because Trump has said that he's going to open up that fucking case, and RFK is part of his administration, and they're they're going to open that up. And when
part of me is like, I've seen all the documentaries, and I saw one this week that was amazing, and it was basically talking about how the mob was used to kill him, and it was made a great argument, and I was like, okay, I could see this. But then, you know, you and I both know that he signed what executive order 010011 or whatever it is.
11-11-0. 11,
Yeah, and you know, and that makes a lot more sense for killing him, not just the Bay of Pigs bullshit.
But who do you think they used to do stuff like that? It's the mob. That's why the mob,
yeah.
the mob's a part of it. You think the criminal aspects of our society are not controlled the same way as the political ones? Because political is just criminal with a veer of fucking authenticity on it. That's it.
I agree. I mean, look what Mussolini did when he came to power in Italy. He rounded up all the mafia members, at least most of them.
Well, no, yeah, exactly. That's the whole thing.
I mean, he did. He like literally, because everybody knew where they were, so he just like rounded them all up. He's like, okay, you're no longer a threat to my power, apparently.
Right, but then you also have to remember that stuff like that, where the information's made so readily available, that it is a plot. You know what I mean? So there's so much deception upon deception. So
I agree.
I always look at, because I'm in the same camp as all of my subscribers and you, my friends, because you're my friend. We talk privately outside of, you know what I mean? So I consider you my friend.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I agree.
And where we're at, there's so much deception. All you can do, if you're a logical person like me, and again, I'll challenge anybody on, I'm not trying to be cocky. I'll literally, I swear to God, if you know more about law than I do, I'll tip my hat and bow.
I don't think I'll ever catch up knowing what I know about
because I'm some
what you know.
I'm some sort of weird Nephilim mutant fucking person. I don't know why I know this stuff. I don't know. I have no idea.
Because it means something to you and it makes sense.
But what I do know is
it's powerful to know that.
Brother, I have to honestly tell you, sometimes I wish I didn't know it. Do you know what I mean? Like, how much happier would you be to be ignorant? But then most of the time I'm like, fuck that, because who wants to be ignorant? But I'm just saying, in all honesty, anybody who can debate me on law and win on where the origin of authority comes from or the foundation of American constitutional law, those are the criteria right there. Law, the authority and origin, which who can actually answer that? That's just a pure debate right there. That's just a pure debate. But when we come to the origin of American common law, the authenticity and the purpose of this country, I'm willing to debate on anybody. I swear to God, I'm willing to debate a chief. Listen, I guarantee you, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, there's no Chief Justice that would debate me. I know this because I'm dangerous.
Yeah, that would be entertaining to watch you debate a lawyer or somebody that thinks that somebody of like, I don't know, not like an ambulance chaser, but somebody that thinks that they like, oh, I know the law.
Find one.
Or some like, one of those bureaucrats that works for the county municipal court.
Listen,
I'd love to.
You're never going to get past the administration of the estate.
Yeah, there's only one lawyer I know in my life.
If you just remember those words, the administration of the estate, right? That's it. Because guess what? The only way, because everything comes back to free will, which is why the Bible is real. And the foreign, which means anybody outside of your house, not just the country, but anybody outside of, your family house, administering your property or estate, comes down to your competence at law. And what is the law?
I 100% agree with what you just said.
No, it's the way it's been set up before this country existed. So the way they grandfathered probate in, they grandfathered the administration of your estate without ever having to write it down in the Constitution, or I'm sorry, let's go back. The Articles of Confederation, the Constitution, or, well, the state constitutions, obviously, right? Or any other legal document. The way that they grandfathered that concept in from our grandmother country, because that's what she is. It's grandmother. It's always when a country, who knows here that when you're talking about your country, your land, or your house, you're talking about a mother. or a boat or a car, who knows that you're talking about the mother? Who
Yeah,
knows that?
motherland. Yeah, I get it.
Right. So it's a big thing. It's what people forgot. People have
Yeah, because
entirely
only a woman or a mother can give life.
right. So people have entirely forgotten the mother, which is also why we're getting our fucking teeth kicked in. Right. So start treating your women differently, by the way, because they're not subject to us. We're not all knowing and all powerful. They are like an equal part of this, but that's the whole thing. Right. So whoever can debate me on that adequately, I will actually entertain a conversation with them on this. But I'm telling you, this man, right, and these people, this all-star team we have set up here for us, is something I, honest to God, I told my brother, I said, listen, dude, I never thought and I have to share something with people. Like I went through such depression because I could see, I've been able to see this stuff since I was like 21 years old. Okay. And that may not seem like a lot of time for you guys. I'm 35, right? So 14, well, you've only been able to see it 14 years. I've been able to see it 20, right? But have you actually seen it?
No. I haven't been awake for even 14 years at my age.
Well, I've been awake for 14 years. The very first thing that woke me up, right? And guess when it happened? 2012, which I find also interesting. I think we're jumping timelines here, dude, and just skating.
Well, a lot of people started waking up right around then. I don't know if it was the internet or if it was something in the air, something
or
happened.
if it was predicted, like it obviously was. But here's the thing.
Yes.
Started waking up 2012. You know what I mean? And the very first thing that woke me up was the Federal Reserve. And now I'll admit, I was no kind of man or not even close to a businessman, right? But I was not even any kind of man at that point in 21. I was a dumbass, party, fuck, do stupid shit.
Yep.
Right, type of guy at 21. And somebody showed me something that said, the Federal Reserve is a privately owned bank. And immediately to my mind, and I can't explain to you why, but immediately to my mind, I said, wait a minute, what?
Yeah, that was a tough pill to swallow.
I used to live, like the very thing I depend on to live doesn't even belong to my government. Is that what you're telling me? Well, yeah, that's why I'm telling you. Doesn't belong. Yeah, it's a private company, right? They supply you with the ability to engage in commerce. Well, that's what led me to where I am today, which is the Commerce Clause, right? That Congress uses to create totalitarian control. Everything I have shown you guys tonight is the undoing of that. There is no fucking ulterior motive, which actually leads me to believe why they fucking horseshoed him into the already prepared, planned. There were COVID tests in 2016?
18. Yeah, 18, 16. Yeah. They had it all set up.
Yeah. No.
And then the fact that Fauci said that there would be a pandemic, like, don't worry.
He was grandfathered into a fucked up situation. Okay,
yeah,
because now he has RFK. Guess what? RFK was the greatest antithesis to the COVID vaccine. That motherfucker created Children's Health Defense. He's the antithesis to every vaccine. He says, dude, there's nowhere near the fucking testing trials. And, people of us who are actually awake, like those of us who are actually awake are like, well, there's no reason for one in the first place. But like, he's still operating within the system. He's just like, dude.
Oh, I know. Yeah, he wants to have safe vaccines. I'm like, right. There's no such thing, dummy.
But people have to understand that's all we can do till we work on it. Like this motherfucker to even say that has put a target on the back of his head. Think about the billions of dollars that go into what he's about to fuck up.
Well, then maybe Trump and him shouldn't be on the same plane.
No, they are on the same plane for a reason because they both
airplane.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, no.
Catch my drift.
That was funny.
Okay, you take the Air Force One. I'm going to take Air Force Two.
No, that's the beautiful thing, though. I have it on direct authority that Trump has Blackwater protecting him. So, that you
That's
guys
awesome.
have to understand that we might not.
Well, it's
have
not
the
called Blackwater anymore. That company changed
No,
its name.
You're right. You're right. I just can never remember the new name. And
No.
my buddy's told me multiple times that told me about it. He says they're not Blackwater, but I don't. What are they called now?
I don't remember. I just know that it's not catchy like Blackwater. I'll never get Blackwater out of my head.
There you go. That's my problem too. So, but
Yeah.
those same people are protecting me. And on top of that, it's like, no, are we ever going to see eye to eye? Well, the biggest problem of you and I not seeing eye to eye with them is that we don't understand life the same way that they do. Because it's
I think it's just that I'm a little bit more on the pessimistic side and you're more on the optimistic side. I think that's all it is.
It's not even optimistic, man. It's just realizing there's one way the world works. And when it works differently, the world will end.
Well, also, he pissed me off so much after his first term that I was done. I was like, okay, fool me once, you ain't going to get me a second time. So that's why I'm so skeptical.
But
I'm not saying he didn't do great things during his first term, but he also, did some things that I was like abhorrent.
Look at and you think that's not by design. Look, they would want to do that to make you skeptical because they have to always give you the good choice. If people don't believe this, they have to give you a dichotomy. They have to give you free will. They always have to give you free will. If they don't give you free will, then anything they plan will never work. It's just the very foundation of law. Period. So they have set this, they had set him, listen, the reason he fired so many people, and I honestly believe it 100%, don't doubt it at all, because I see the picks he's making this time. He's not a fucking politician. He doesn't know how DC works. He doesn't know
what he said on Joe Rogan about how he was basically had to hire politicians and what he learned from that experience was fascinating. I mean, I didn't really even want to listen to that interview, but I had a 3-hour drive, and my wife's like, listen to Joe Rogan. And I'm like, not a Joe Rogan fan. Never have been.
Genuine, wasn't it? You heard it.
Yeah, well, he sold out. I mean, I'm like, I'll never forgive him for that.
Yeah, no, you heard him, and you're like, yeah, okay, I can get that, right?
Yeah, and so then the other day, my buddy sent me that interview that RFK did. I can't remember the name of the foundation. It starts with an M, MOFA or something stupid. It's not catchy. And I was actually blown away again. I mean, those two things actually gave me a lot of hope that maybe Trump's actually legitimate, as well as RFK, because there's some sketchy shit in his past too.
Dude, listen, they're Kennedys, and this is a Trump. You're talking about ultra wealthy, but of course there's fucking sketchy shit in their past. Even if not theirs personally, definitely their fucking family's past. Dude. Like, are you?
Well, he blew me away when he talked about that he goes to an AA meeting every day. It blew my mind. I don't know if you've seen that interview, but I'll send it to you if you want to see it. It was eye opening. I was like, oh. Maybe I do want to trust this guy, but I'm just like, I don't know.
No, that's my point, is exactly that. Is these guys, listen, so never trust anybody, like I told you. Like, I agree with you, actually. I didn't tell you. You said I'm not going to be non-skeptical. Of course, I'm willing to fucking bring the stick out for these people, 100%.
Oh, hell yeah.
But what we were just facing, do you understand what we were just facing?
I do now, especially the way you made it sound. Especially when you kind of realize when she talked about price fixing, I was like, oh, what the fuck is that? And then you put it into perspective with his history, and I was like, oh, damn, that is scary. And the fact that woman wouldn't say one thing, not one thing. She had no policies. I was like, what the fuck? Obviously, you're hiding it from us because we were rejected.
She literally didn't know it because she's too stupid to be trusted with it.
I know she was an idiot.
You know what? Like, I'm going to tell you a dark thing, and my audience, a dark thing, is because if I wanted to control the world, that's what I would do. That's a fact. And that's how I always look at everything. Now, fortunately, I don't want to, but that's how I look at everything I figure out is if I was them, what would I would do?
Hmm.
And you'd never trust her or Walt with your
That he was
actual
even worse.
Oh my God, that guy's a train wreck.
I mean, part of me is like, oh, the country had no choice but to take Trump because she was so bad. I was like, really? And the
That's
fact
not
that neither
true.
side had any kind of like traditional, you know, like what do they call it, caucuses? You know, none of them did. Neither side. It was just like,
The
here, you get
caucuses
Trump,
matter.
and guess what? To it all, you get Kamala at the last minute.
But here you go back into the political institution. It's not traditional caucus. It's what are you talking about? What are you speaking to the people? Right? Everything
Yeah.
he says, right? To a certain, because you always have to remember, dude, this guy's almost 80, which you informed me. I thought he was like 70, but he's like almost 80.
No,
This
RFK
guy
is
doesn't
70.
know.
Trump's
Listen,
almost 80,
this guy
if not
has
over.
listen, he's
Yeah.
going into this position he has no idea about podcasts. Okay, he has no idea about track and trace or anything that technology offers, which they're going to use. They're going to use it. I want
Oh,
you
yeah.
guys to be aware of this.
I think
No matter
they've already
what,
got it in a lot of people.
and there's nothing you guys nobody can do. I couldn't, as much as I oppose it, because the technology exists. But what we have here with Trump and especially Musk, which why he's dark MAGA, and I actually appreciate that because like you're open, you're honest, and you're the dark side. Because there's always two streams. Who thinks here that law or life is just peaches and cream? Do you not understand that there has to be a dark stream to this? You guys don't get it, right? Like I don't
Yeah,
know which.
otherwise life would be boring.
Well, no, life wouldn't progress. It's
No,
the
it wouldn't.
I'll tell you
No.
what, one of my best friends told me from prison, by the way, told me that it's the rain and the shit that makes the flowers grow. Okay? Period.
Yeah, yeah.
The rain and the shit makes
Or the
flowers
carcasses.
and the carcasses, whatever you want to call it. That's part of the shit, right? But here's the
Yeah.
thing. Is you like what we were facing was anti-life.
Yeah, I felt like it. Makes me go back to that Deagle report.
No, it doesn't. It felt like it because it is, brother. I'm trying to tell you, it was anti-life. We were just. It was just it. That's the end. It's over.
Yeah, I'm sure you did a lot of prepping like I have.
Actually, well, to a
I mean, it's
certain
tough
extent.
when you got a family because you got to provide it in real time.
Well, I've always, and that's what makes me who I am. I always have faith in the creator, but I also understand that the creator also, just like our situation with dark MAGA and light MAGA, isn't just peaches and cream. The creator is that people forget that the devil works for God. I don't know how people forget that, but they do.
No, it's true. He
We
does.
just have to look at the book of Job for our Christian viewers. And before the devil could touch Job, what did he have to do?
That's outside of my my biblical. No, I have no idea.
Well, I'll tell you, he had to ask God to do it.
Okay,
No, he did. He had to
I believe
say,
it. That makes sense.
yeah, he had to ask God. He said,
Yeah,
hey,
the devil's God's creation. Period.
how can anything exist outside of God? And that's
Exactly.
how I struggle so much with people to not understand that. Like, it's just like, especially with my father, who apparently thinks he is God.
I don't know about that. Your dad is funny as fuck, though.
Oh, you think he
he
doesn't
makes
think
me
he's
laugh
God?
so hard sometimes.
You think he doesn't think he's God? It's hilarious. Challenge his intelligence one time.
He's a smart dude, to his own detriment.
Oh, I'm smart, but I'll hear you if you have something that contradicts what I can counter. But he's They'll shut
Well,
you down.
that comes with age, you know. Wait until you're his age. Maybe you won't want to listen to anybody.
I contradicted him last time I spoke with him on my show last weekend, and he wanted to try to detract.
Well, I don't know what happened because I went to bed, but I can tell you this. You know, you guys got into it twice on a couple streams I've been participating or just listening in on, and I listened to the whole thing twice. And then you guys would get right back together like a week later, like nothing happened. I was like, God damn.
Not happening this time, brother. He fucked up.
It just makes me laugh. I'm like, oh, here we go again.
No, he fucked up too bad because he couldn't supply me with an actual intellectual dispute to what I was saying.
Whatever.
And the
It's not your dad.
Well, I'm not saying screw him. He can do his own thing. I'm not actively against him, but I don't want anything to do with him. So there's that. But outside of that, right? When we're talking about law, so from dealing with your family personally, okay, to dealing with your employer, right, which the word employee indicates slavery in its sense, right? But you have to deal with these circumstances because, see, the difference between my father and I is I take a realistic approach to the solution, and he wants to burn the country down. Now, anyone who has a family should not support that, okay? Because guess what? The same way that it progressively got, well, let's start it out at its positive. The way that it progressively got to be free was over a course of a renaissance and a revolution, okay? Or several, actually. Then it became free. And in the same way it was returned to slavery, it was done progressively over a course of, decades to a tyranny. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And when you immediately disregard every concept, every model, everything that's going on because it's antithetical to the way that you think it should be now. And if it's not the way that you think it should be now, fuck it. Right? That's tyrannical. Even if it's for freedom, you have just made freedom tyrannical. Right? So I'm sorry. I just don't agree with anything he has to say about the way things work. I see the intricacies. I know law, and I challenge my father to debate me on law, which I absolutely know he would never accept. And on top of that, the offer still stands for anybody watching. If you want to debate me on law, where's the source of authority? How does law work? What is law? Because it's this fanciful fucking abstract concept for most people of law, right? No, it's actually pretty simple. Okay? There's two caveats to it. What is right? Right? Which means, are you harming anyone? Okay? So that's one caveat. And the other caveat is, what do you agree to? Now you have to find the balance between those two things. That's it. You want to sum up law? I just literally fucking explained it.
Yeah, I think you got a good point there. Yeah, you have to agree to it. They always need your consent.
Right. And guess what?
And when I say they, I mean I'm talking about anybody you contract with.
The only objection my dad would say is, I didn't agree to it. I didn't consent. Well, what is non-consent? Universally, historically, for all of time, what is not voicing your will? What is that?
That silence is compliance.
It's a
lack of will. Yeah, you got a point there. I agree.
Yeah. Yes. Right. He's not willing to listen to this because what? I'm his kid. I don't know
Well,
what the
but
fuck I'm
just
talking
the
about.
act of saying you don't
You could
consent
take a
is an act of
position
your
of
will.
I'm proud that my progeny realized this, right? Even though I didn't immediately accept it. This is my son. He realized this, tells people, right? This is how it works, and I'm proud of that. It's my son, and I agree with him. Or he can be like, no, you're fucking wrong. Which is how? How the fuck am I wrong? If you're not going to express your will, do you have a will? No. What the fuck are you talking about? You literally offer your will up to the powers that be to do with what they want.
Well, it's kind of taken from you at birth through contract, which is unfair, and it's fraud, and fraud eviscerates all contracts.
You're right. Guess what?
And that's what really pisses me off, that you're kind of like stuck behind the 8 ball from birth because of
with that logic,
your parents' training.
With that logic, though, you diminish the human capacity to learn and understand. And so I was put in that position when I was born, and I now am the man that I am, which I guarantee you judges would fear in the courtroom. Guarantee you. I know it for a fact. They don't want to fuck with me.
That reminds me. Did you Carl Miller, he's another guy. Have you heard of him?
Yes. He doesn't give you any details. I give you the details. He tells what he says is not wrong. Like objectively on its surface, not wrong. Okay? It's not wrong. But do you know how to explain it? No, he doesn't give you that. I do. That's my point. That's about the extent most people can get to trying to wake other people up. And I try to explain to my father, my father has a direct line to me. How many times does he ask me how do I not pay property taxes on your grandfather's house? Has he ever asked me that? No. No, he hasn't. You know why? Because I'm his son. So immediately it's implied that I should be inferior to him, even though he is a raging fucking retard. No, he's not wrong. When he stays in his realm of science and flat earth, he's absolutely brilliant. He's great. When he travels into my realm of law and politics, he sounds like a fucking idiot. You know why? Because he can't master it. It's just, he's not his thing. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Now, would I ever challenge my father on a conversation about physics or entropy or the way that gas behaves under certain circumstances? No, I wouldn't. You know why? Because that's his area. It's not my area. But he continues to engage me on law. And when I make him look stupid, he tries to punch me in the nuts so he can fuck off. Only reason he punches me in the nuts is because he's not willing to learn. If he doesn't already know it, he doesn't want to hear it. Which is my problem. I'm more than happy to hear about everything he has to say about physics and science and gas behavior and scientific law. 100%. More than happy to hear. I will always defer any of my viewers. If they ask me about that situation in flat earth, I will send them to my father. I still will, even though I don't talk to him. I'll still send them to my father. Like, go check him out. That's his thing. Right? But this motherfucker wants to talk to me about politics and law, and he has no idea on even the basics of where our law came from or how it's supposed to operate. And how can you have a discussion with somebody like that? But guess what? He can't admit that because that would make him inferior to his son. So then you have ego, which is the great, anybody ever seen Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, right? That one, right? Which I hate to use a Hollywood reference, but he's the ego. He's the dad. Get the fuck out of here, okay? You weren't there when I was, and I admit it, my mom, whatever, right? You guys didn't get, but like, you can't sit there and act like you just raised me up from a kid and then I'm supposed to be a product of you. Get the fuck out of here. And on top of that, I know more than you do about this subject. You know more than I do when we're talking about flat earth or any of that stuff. And I admit it. I'm not going to even pretend. I don't even direct my efforts. Once I realized flat earth on basic common sense, I was like, there's no fucking curve. That's all I needed. There's no curve. As soon as somebody can show me a curve to the earth, then I'll believe it's fucking round. Okay? It's all I needed. Moved on. I moved on from that. Right? So that's the extent of mine. I'm not going to just argue gas law and all the, just show me a fucking curve, man. Because I remain at the simplest objective proof of the, just show me a fucking curve. Where does the earth start to bend at? Where's that at? Right? Can you show me it bending? No, you can't. And I know you can't. Because I tried to prove it to myself. I know it doesn't exist. So I'll bet entire paychecks. I'll bet a year's worth of salary on the fact that you can't show me the earth curving. And nobody will ever take it. And that's all I need. Well, then it's not a ball. It's that fucking simple. So there's no curve. It's not a ball. But yet, this entire subject of distraction has been extrapolated into this big, massive wheelhouse of fucking discussing the physics of diffraction, right? Parallax and all that shit. Like, what? Just show me a fucking curve, dude. Just launch something up into the air high enough where it shows me that the Earth is curving over a horizon. Right? That's all you have to do, and I'll totally be on board. There's nothing. It's that's how stupid that goddamn argument is. It's how stupid it is. Fucking stupid. Right? I'm going to wake my wife up. She's going to be pissed. Fucking stupid. Okay? Why is that even a thing? When we have this going on, and then when I try to advocate this guy who's literally saving our ability to work and provide for our family and be a nation and have the very things that we were blessed with by our forefathers to be able to have, like I have a fucking, like people have guns, right? Like, what? Who else in the world has it? And how many people in England have guns? Tell me how many people in England have guns, excluding police officers and military. How many? 0. None. You know why? Because the people that run the world know that guns will kill them very quickly and stop them from being able to do their stupid draconian, fucking Marxist, racist, whatever shit to divide the population against each other and get them in a totalitarian fucking work slave hive mind state. Right. Well, guess what we still have? We have more guns. So in World War II, okay, the Emperor of Japan, Hirohito, was asked, why did you not invade the United States? And he said, because behind every blade of grass, there would be an American with a gun. Pretty good reason. So that's not even the military. That's just the people that live there. So on top of the military and the mortars and the bombs and all that, now on top of the military, you have every single fucking person living in the country will shoot you. What better way to be free, man? But you're not focusing on that stuff. And that's what they're trying to take away. And that's what guys like Donald Trump, and I know people hate the word, oh, fucking Trump, fucking Trump, fucking Trump. Guess what? Trump can't do anything you don't let him do. And he's in a fucking swamp. Okay? No, he's in a real life fucking entanglement of interests without knowing for sure prior to this election that you had his back. But after this election, he knows for sure you have his back. Have you guys watched fucking Tom Homan talk about what he's going to do about immigration? Do you guys even understand what the damage of illegal immigration does to this country? And so you're thinking about it in terms of like back when we were in the 1800s, of like immigration was not a thing back then, not like it is now. You have the rest of the world has been reduced to despotism and complete communist estranglement, right? So of course all these people are fleeing here. And many of those people have been bribed by their own governments to be agents. In fact, we know for a fact that many of the people in this country are paid by the United Nations to be here. Okay? Think about this shit. So apparently I lost the Unidozer. Let me bring him back up and see what he has to add. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry, I went on.
No problem. You know, I had to laugh. I went in the restroom while I was offline. And you know who Scott Armstrong is? He does Rebunked News. He's like kind of a podcaster. He's on Grand Theft World with Richard Grove.
Okay, no, I don't know of him, but go ahead.
Okay. I looked down and the T-shirt I was wearing was one of his concepts, and it basically it's a wanted poster, and it says for vaccine genocide Donald Trump. I just had to laugh.
So why would you laugh at that? Why would you?
Well, I just thought it was funny because I forgot I had it on, and we've been talking about Donald Trump, and yeah, you've been helping me get over my animosity towards him for the COVID thing. I think you might be absolutely right that he just had to go along with it. Otherwise, you know, that would have been the end right then and there, possibly.
No, it's 100% what they already.
And the fact that he brought on JFK, and you know, he wants safe vaccines. I mean, I don't think any vaccine is safe.
The first and foremost thing I have to say to my viewers and to you, brother, is that if you're looking at the president to be your savior, you already have the dynamic of the government fucked up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you have the dynamic fucked up. They work for you. You're supposed to know the law, know common law, right? But I can promise you, I know common law and I know every type of law intimately, very well. Okay, I swear to you, you can have a judge or a lawyer or anybody come debate me, and they will not debate me. Guaranteed, they already know who I am. Okay, they're not going to fuck with me. Even with my small following on YouTube, they know that's why it's small. They're not going to fuck with me. Okay, but you'll never ever in our life, the fact that we can see in our lifetime some politician putting this out, right? And he's not a politician. That's the whole point. He's not a fucking he was a business guy. In fact, when he watches old interviews, they said, would you ever run for president? He says, nah, not unless things got too bad. I don't want any of that. That's not my thing, which I don't blame him. I'd fucking love to just live the Playboy, billionaire life and not fuck with anything. But this guy actually, to his own detriment, who can you say it's not to his detriment? What has he gained? What has he gained? Let me ask you personally, brother, what has he gained from doing this? So, yeah, your silence, deafening, is exactly the point. And so what that means is either his gamble on the people being so altruistic and good and patriotic that they would vote him in, that he would be able to profit in the future because we stand for the right things, right? That he'd be able to benefit from it, right? In the future, because it's such a long shot, even to the other side. They're like, that'll never happen, right? Or what is this benefit? Tell me. What has he benefited?
He could be the hero.
That implies the fact that he thought it would work, which I didn't even think it would work.
No, he set himself up. I can't believe the things he said in that video that you played. I'd like to see. I saw it once, and I'm still waiting for confirmation that it was actually real. I haven't really gone out of my way to find it.
No, that's why people, like, I watch all this stuff. Like, I watch these people because I know how law works, and I watch Donald Trump. I'm like, God damn, dude. Like, I gotta say, there's literally no benefit, like personal benefit, like, you know, financial benefit for him to stand up to Davos, who has intentionally been pressing the climate change bullshit for literally decades now, right? Decades, and stands up and says, yeah, you guys are a bunch of alarmists, and it's a hoax, and we're not going to sacrifice our national sovereignty to you for that. We'll plant some trees. That's I love that.
That's fucking hilarious.
What he said. We'll plant some trees. The trillion tree initiative, hell yeah, we'll plant some trees. Yeah, but all the other stuff, no.
That's like you're not completely discounting their opinions. You're like, okay, I'll meet you halfway. We'll plant some trees.
You just so much better put it than I was trying to put it earlier. That's exactly. It's just like not trying to discount it. Yeah, we'll plant some trees, but all the
to go back to your first question, what he has to gain, it's not for money. Maybe he's gotten to that point in life where he realizes that money is not everything. You know, it's his legacy. What will he be remembered for? You know, and here he's sitting on this perfect opportunity to make America great again. And if he does, I'll benefit and I'll be happier.
Here's the simple fact. He had a much better life before he entered politics than he has had since he entered politics.
I don't know. I think part of it is he loves it because he knows that he can beat them at it. It's kind of like you. You know, if you get pulled over by a police officer or some lawyer or let's say the devil, in this case, like some prosecutor tries to take you down and you're like, listen, buddy, no. You know, it's kind of like,
I concede to that. I do, and I told my wife this. I intentionally try to get a ticket all the time because
I know
content for the show. But the whole point is I don't get the ticket, first of all, for whatever reason. And second of all, like, his life was way better prior to he was loved by whoever seen him first come on The View. Like, there's first interviews on The View. They were like, oh, you're amazing. We love you. Then he ran for president. Oh, you're the fucking devil. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
And the whole reason is because he joined on the Republican ticket, right? Which the whole Republican Democrat thing is a psyop in itself, because the Republicans were the ones who caused executive tyranny in the Civil War, and the Democrats were actually the ones who wanted to keep slaves, and people don't realize that, right? So it shows you how ignorant you people are when you even look at politics, you know, because I guarantee you most people who just heard that, not you, brother, but most people who just heard that are ignorant of that fact. You know what I mean? So it's not even about parties. I don't support the Republican Party, and I don't fucking support the Democratic Party. I don't support the two-party system at all. But what I do support is this all-star team of fucking revolutionary people that are coming in, and what they're trying to do is keep everything calm enough from creating a global, or, well, not global, that's not the right word, worldwide revolution, while at the same time trying to set things on the right task, because the alternative is what we were just facing, which is what the enemy wants. So let's put this in perspective, okay? So I had a buddy of mine, very good buddy of mine, very powerful, like somebody nobody would ever meet in real life, you know, unless you do things I do. So you'd never meet this person. This dude is one of the most powerful people you'd ever meet, and literally real life, like top players of people. And he says to me, worried. And I'm telling you guys, I have connections with people that are like the most powerful people. Okay. Whoa, I do a podcast and work my menial job, whatever. Right. Trust me. I fucking know people. And he tells me they're going to try to not certify his election. And they're going to use the 14th Amendment. And so this is why they fuck with me, is because immediately I'm like, oh, I hope they do. They're going to use the 14th Amendment because I got congressional record from 1967, June 13th, right? 1960, well, I think June, whatever. I have it on my computer. It's 1967, where they had the conversation on the floor of the House where the 14th Amendment was never lawfully ratified. Actually, they excluded states originally from ratification, and then even when the existing states refused to ratify it, they just went ahead and said it was ratified. It's completely illegal, completely unlawful from its start to finish. So you know what, go ahead and let them use that to try to disqualify Trump, saying, well, the way that they were going to use it was insurrection or rebellion because he was convicted of a felony. I'm like, oh, that's fucking beautiful. Go ahead, use it, please use it. Guess what? Because I said, and I'm not saying just because I said that, but use it. They're not going to use it. You know why? Because it will destroy the 14th Amendment and their entire control system. That's the whole point. We got them in a hucklebuck. You know what? I love the word hucklebuck because it's so redneck, but do you know what that means? No? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you know what a
But
hucklebuck is?
No, I don't know what a hucklebuck is.
A hucklebuck is a completely powerless situation. It's a redneck term, right? Hucklebuck. They're in a hucklebuck. You want to use the motherfucking 14th Amendment to disqualify Trump because he got a felony. But the 14th Amendment, when we look at it on congressional record, was never ratified by 3/4 of the states at all. And it's on congressional record. And the 14th Amendment is what creates United States citizenship. And United States citizenship is what gives the Buck Act authority. And that is the only way that any legislation of Congress can have any effect on the average American people within their states. You want to go ahead and bring that up? I love it. Let's do it. So guess what? I guarantee you they're not going to bring that up. This guy, right? So when I bring this up, and he's not going to be like, the American people are sovereign and we're under common law and the American people run the court system, all that. Guess why he's not going to do that? One, because he doesn't know that. And two, because even if he did know that, his position doesn't allow him to give you authority because your position gives him authority. Now, once we get past that basic understanding of law and who are you to tell me what to do, which, hey, if you're willing to learn and I offer to teach and my videos are archived, right? And you can reach me personally, unless you're trying to get out of a debt, which I will say this. If you lawfully agree to a debt, even if it's using fiat currency, but you lawfully agree to the debt and you cause somebody else injury and you try to use the fact that it's fiat currency to shake them and fuck them over because they're using the same currency, I won't assist you. I will not. That's theft. It is actually theft, and I won't do that. And I have to tell you that. But outside of that, right, he doesn't know the things I know. I guarantee you he doesn't. I know that he's the king of managing the situation as it is, but I'd be willing to also equally guarantee you for a 100% fact he doesn't know the origin or how it works. Okay? And so for people who are looking for him to declare them sovereign, he has no authority. He doesn't even know he couldn't, even if he wanted to. That's my point. He works for you. How can the servant ever tell the master that they're sovereign? How can that be a thing? Listen, I'd love to be in charge of you, right? Right, Unidozer, I'd love to be in charge of you, but I need you to tell me that I'm in charge of you. What are you going to say? Exactly. So that's the point. He can't declare you sovereign. But what he can do is shit that makes fucking sense. Like stop communists from educating our children. Stop vaccinating your children. Like RFK. RFK is a part of the administration. That dude, the whole vaccine thing, I'll tell you what, this country is about to get a whole fucking lot smarter. Whole lot smarter. Does anybody disagree with that? What's up, Dorian? I see you in the chat. Let's finish watching this. Because apparently I think we might have lost the Unidozer.
Law and antitrust laws, the Hatch Act, and a host of other potential. If we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that. If this most fundamental right is allowed to perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple, just like dominoes, one by one. They'll go down. That's why today I'm announcing my plan to shatter the left-wing censorship regime and to reclaim the right to free speech for all Americans. And reclaim is a very important word in this case because they've taken it away. In recent weeks, bombshell reports have confirmed that a sinister group of deep state bureaucrats, Silicon Valley tyrants, left-wing activists, and depraved corporate news media have been conspiring to manipulate and silence the American people. They have collaborated to suppress vital information on everything from elections to public health. The censorship cartel must be dismantled and destroyed, and it must happen immediately. And here's my plan. First, within hours of my inauguration, I will sign an executive order banning any federal department or agency from colluding with any organization, business, or person to censor, limit, categorize, or impede the lawful speech of American citizens. I will then ban federal money from being used to label domestic speech as mis or disinformation. And I will begin the process of identifying and firing every federal bureaucrat who has engaged in domestic censorship, directly or indirectly, whether they are the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Health, Human Services, the FBI, the DOJ, no matter who they are. Second, I will order the Department of Justice to investigate all parties involved in.
Are you back with us? Or did you get that figured out with your sound? Okay.
No.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Oh, now it's working?
Yeah.
I was just texting you to let you know. I was like, hey, good talk. I was just like, there's some bunch of stuff I sent you in Telegram. And,
no, I know. So
I run a Telegram. I have a private Telegram channel that I dump everything related to this, to what we talk about here. I dump it all in there, and there's some really interesting stuff. In fact, I sent you a couple PDFs of directives that have gone out to, like,
Here's the biggest thing. Do you think that everybody can be just free?
No, I've learned that.
Well, then you and I can converse. That's exactly right. And it's not that I advocate slavery, it's that I despise ignorance and brutishness and the antithesis to society is what I will say. And so, like, you and I can actually, we can bond on some stuff. So check the rest of this out, and then I want your feedback. Have you been watching this?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you listening?
Yeah, I totally. Like I said, I've seen it once before, and I loved it, but I had to admit, I didn't think it was real.
It's fucking 100% real. It's,
wow.
Dude, they're throwing everything at they're right now. Listen, I know, like, people don't like to hear it, but I have friends that know people, and no, I'm not against us. I'm definitely for us, to my detriment at a lot of instances. But I know that they're very worried about how the others, the communists, are going to reverse this, and they are racking their brains. Like, if you don't think that they're racking their brains on what sort of crisis to cause right now, and it's only up to us to come up with the solutions before that, like the 14th Amendment thing, they were totally on board with, he incited insurrection. Well, okay, bring up the 14th Amendment then. You want to talk about that? So he was inciting.
That's great.
Right. Yeah. Let's talk about that then. And guess what? They're not bringing up anymore. So let's go ahead.
The new online censorship regime, which is absolutely destructive and terrible, and to aggressively prosecute any and all crimes identified. These include possible violations of federal civil rights law, campaign finance laws, federal election law, securities law, and antitrust laws, the Hatch Act, and a host of other potential criminal, civil, regulatory, and constitutional offenses. To assist in these efforts, I am urging House Republicans to immediately send preservation letters, and we have to do this right now, to the Biden administration, the Biden campaign, and every Silicon Valley tech giant, ordering them not to destroy.
Listen, preservation letters. So you guys have to break that down. Preservation letters. What he's saying is, in case of any national emergency that they might try to institute under a fake cause, you have to understand, look up preservation letters at law. Anybody watching right now, look up preservation letters, right? What he's saying is they're going to try to create a national emergency to stop me from taking the office. Okay? That's how serious they are. The preservation letters, right, are letters issued in anticipation of a case like that to stop it. Look it up. It's fucking serious, dude.
Destroy evidence of censorship. Third, upon my inauguration as president, I will ask Congress to send a bill to my desk revising Section 230 to get big online platforms out of censorship business.
No shit.
So now on digital platforms should only qualify for immunity protection under Section 230 if they meet high standards of neutrality, transparency, fairness, and non-discrimination.
That's government.
We should require
issue.
these platforms to increase their efforts to take down unlawful content such as child exploitation,
No shit.
and promoting terrorism. While
You want to talk about
dramatically
something,
curtailing
some
their
real
power.
talk, guys? Let's, because all of us rely on the child thing, right? So every single one of us, even if you don't like him or whatever, right? But let's watch how many celebrities get old and wrinkled here in the next 4 years. If we can pull this off till January, because we're still in hot water, by the way, because we have to get till January. But let's see how many celebrities go ahead and get old and real. Why do you think Diddy just got fucking hammered? You don't think that was political tactic? You don't think, why do you think there's not so many fucking celebrities coming out against him? Oh, fucking Diddy just got hammered. What do you think? Epstein was the same thing. And that was on our side. Like, that's the whole thing. It's like all of these people that are attempting to claim to be in charge and be able to run things are illegitimate sexual deviants. Okay? Just, it's a fact. It's the way they are. It's just how it works.
To arbitrarily restrict lawful speech. Fourth, we need to break up the entire toxic censorship industry that has arisen under the false guise of tackling so-called mis- and disinformation. The federal government should immediately stop funding all nonprofits and act.
Dude, the fact that he just delegitimized a made-up word like disinformation. He says the so-called, meaning that's not a fucking word at law. It's the so-called disinfo. What the fuck is that? Disinformation. If we actually broke it down etymologically, disinformation means nothing. It's stupid.
Pig Latin.
Yes.
Academic programs that support this authoritarian project. If any U.S. university is discovered to have engaged in censorship activities or election interferences in the past, such as flagging social media content for removal of blacklisting, those universities should lose federal research dollars and federal student loan support for a period of 5 years and maybe more. We should also enact new laws laying out clear
Half a
criminal
decade,
penalties for federal bureaucrats who partner with private entities to do an end run around the Constitution and deprive Americans of their First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment rights. In other words, deprive them of their vote. And once you lose those elections, and once you lose your borders like we have, you no longer have a country. Furthermore,
Goddamn,
to
dude,
confront the problems
listen to
of
this
major
man right now.
platforms
Like,
being
I don't care if you
infiltrated.
think, I don't give a fuck if you think he's a rich billionaire cocksucker. I don't give a fuck what you think. What about what he just said was wrong?
Nothing.
What about it? Not a fucking thing.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna wake my wife.
I had to laugh because I could just see all these universities in Washington, D.C. with like clouds of smoke because they're burning everything to hide the evidence.
It's like, fuck, our whole system is now. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh shit, how are we gonna hide this? Yes.
Yeah, no, like all the smoke coming up. The shredders are on overtime.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's dead ass serious. He was dead ass serious. Like, the difference between his first term and his second term is his first term, he was not a politician. He didn't know who to trust or how to do what he wanted to do. He just winged it. Now he experienced like all the who was against him, who's for him, and how it works. And now he's like, yeah, we're doing this. And you're right. You can see the smoke of like Penn State, right? For sure. Okay.
Stanford.
Yes.
Stanford.
Like, you can see it like, oh, fuck. We're fucked. It's
Well,
amazing.
Stanford's fucked for sure. Because, I mean, I've heard stories of people that were like rich people, because there's a lot of money around Stanford. And like the people that used to support Stanford are like, I would never send my child there. I mean, the game is up. It's already starting to fail.
And where do you think the indoctrination of the nation, because they always go after our kids. Like, so even if you weren't indoctrinated at youth, by the time you become like, say, 35, you pretty much got a pretty good beat on the way everything's working. You've lived life, you made your mistake, you know what I mean? Or at least you'd hope so, right? And so, like, he's not just speaking to the Ivy League, he's speaking to everyone. Listen to what he's saying. Like, you'll never, like, could you listen, be honest. Okay, brother, be honest. Did you ever think you'd hear a speech like this in your life? Honestly. Did we lose you? Must have lost him. Conveniently.
By legions of former deep staters and intelligence officials, there should be a 7-year cooling off period before any employee of the FBI, CIA, NSA, DNI, DHS, or DOD is allowed to take a job at a company possessing vast quantities of U.S. user data. Fifth.
Dude, what are you with me? You have to be with me on this one. Are you there?
I'm here. I don't know why I keep getting muted.
Did you just hear? I do, because we're speaking truth. I'm trying to tell you, man, they hate this. They want all of our side to be negative. They want us to
there was one thing that I wanted to say is that you said something when you were writing your will. You said you don't want to give up your entire battle plan. And it's like, well, he's not in office. Why is he giving up the battle plan? I mean, it's awesome to hear.
No, he didn't give up his battle plan. Well, first of all, he doesn't have to be worried about that. We just fucking elected him. So when I tell you guys, one of my best friends in the world, and I can't believe I'm saying this on the internet, but I will, and I'll never disclose who he is, but one of my best friends in the fucking world is somebody most people would never meet in their lifetime, okay? It's somebody that is connected to everyone who controls things, okay? And he called me on this, right? because this is, everybody thinks everything's controlled down to an absolute minutia, and it's not, because then if you think everything's controlled to an absolute minutia, you deny the existence of God. You do. You have to. Okay, because what you're saying by that is saying God cannot operate because it's controlled. Is that not a fact? Right? So here's the thing. He called me and he said, they're going to go against him, right, on the 14th Amendment. And I told him, I said, don't worry about that. Can't go against him on the 14th Amendment, because to go against him on the 14th Amendment, and the only reason I'm illustrating this to you, to my viewers and my friends, is because there's nothing they can do about this. The only thing that stands in the way of this actually succeeding is negativity. If I were to sum it up into one word, it's negativity. Is that this is where, like, so your average conservative hunting buddy who's, you know, you think he's oafish and he just likes to hunt deer and hogs and provide for his family and doesn't care about, he's voting for Trump. And then you have enough sense to look at what Trump's talking about and you vote for Trump. So only thing that unites us, right? And if I were to explain to you guys that this was part of an ultimate battle plan to create divisiveness between the only source of unity we have between us, right? Which is, what is the one thing all of us want to do? I'm asking you. What is it? Did they cut his mic? Did they cut your mic again? Of course. So, what? Are you there?
Did you hear me there?
What'd you say?
All right. So what I want more is to exercise my will through my estate, my
But
estate.
why? What is the purpose of
Because
exercise?
that's freedom.
No, but aside from that, why do you want freedom? What do you want to take care of?
I want to take care of myself and my family and my loved ones through God's will.
There you go. That's it. It's the family.
Yep.
They
And
want
that
to
is God's will.
No, they want to hijack your family. It's why they want the man removed. And, you know, it used to be just the white man they wanted removed. But, hey, black, Mexican, Asian, whatever you guys are, if you're listening, they actually just want to remove all men because they want to be daddy government. What he's offering, he's not offering you handouts by any. In fact, under his administration, you're going to have to work and do your own shit. You know what I mean? You're going to have to make your own life. You're going to have to, like, that's the idea. It's welfare gone, right? Everything handout from the government gone. You're going to have to provide for yourself. You guys ready for that? Well, I'd hope if you have been listening to my channel and not on some sort of fucking sweet dream sort of delusion, that you would understand that. He wants us to be able to take care of his family. What do you think the most important thing to Donald Trump is? What do you think it is? It shouldn't be even a question that requires thought. What do you think the most important thing to him is? It's his fucking family. We all, from rich to poor, exist under the same family. What we were just facing, okay? I have to elucidate this for you. And I know because you didn't answer my last question. Dorian Gray says Trump wants war. Why? Why would Trump want a fucking war? Why did Hamas immediately call Trump, right? Immediately after he won the election, Why did they call him and say, hey, we're going to stop. We're done. We're good. That's a fact. They literally did that. They said, yeah, we're good. We thought you guys were going to be commies. You're not commies. We're good. We don't, because war is only ever used to over-industrialize society to drive the people of that society into debt. This man is fucking trying to help us. Why do people not see this shit? Like, I feel like a fucking alien. Like, I'm not listen, if you think I'm brainwashed and you think that I'm like falling under some sort of delusion, please come and debate law with me. Let's talk about law. How does law work? How does even a government get authority over you? Let's talk about that. Right? Let's talk about how society is even created. Okay? Let's talk about that. We can talk about these things. What I'm talking to you about is something that you're not prepared to even discuss because you have no fucking idea. And I'm telling you, either you trust me, or you listen. If you don't trust me, please come debate me because I'd fucking love that. I'd love it. Come debate me on law. He is doing exactly what we need to, and listen, not to fix, to start moving in the direction of fixing our country. Because here's the thing, and people obviously don't realize this because you guys all are indignant in your idea, oh, fucking clones and aliens and all this shit, right? Like, I've never been more disgusted with the truth community. And listen, I know clones and alien, they're not alien, they're not from somewhere else, but like, I know they both exist, right? They're here, non-human, I know that, right? But you're wanting to discuss with me how this man is furthering the agenda of dark forces, and I want to have a discussion with you about that. So you know what, I'm going to put a link in the chat right now, actually. And if anyone wants to have that discussion, we can absolutely have it because it's retarded. And while I'm putting the link,
the time has finally come for Congress to pass a digital Bill of Rights. This should include a right to digital due process. In other words, government officials should need a court order to take down online content, not send information requests such as the FBI was sending to Twitter. Furthermore, when users of big online platforms have their content or accounts removed, throttled, shadow banned, or otherwise restricted, no matter what name they use, they should have the right to be informed that it's happening, the right to a specific explanation of the reason why, and the right to a timely appeal. In addition, all users over the age of 18 should have the right to opt out of content moderation and curation entirely and receive an unmanipulated stream of information if they so choose. The fight for free speech is a matter of victory or death for America and for the survival of Western civilization itself. When I am president, this whole rotten system of censorship and information control will be ripped out of the system at large. There won't be anything left. By restoring free speech, we'll begin to reclaim our democracy and save our nation. Thank you, and God bless America.
Did you hear that last thing he talked about with the digital ID?
yes.
That's the one thing that makes me nervous.
Okay, where do you think?
Let me think about it. So, I mean, we probably already have a digital ID. Anywhere we go on the internet's probably tracked and traced. But
That's reasonable. It's reasonable.
So now, if you have a digital ID, you know, you can basically, you have to have that in order to access the internet. And if they pull that, that's basically no different than central bank digital currencies. You know, they can turn it on, they can turn it off. And that's my That's
Can
kind of my
I open
red flag
something?
with that.
Listen, so when it comes to like that sort of technological bureaucracy, where actually you and I both are dinosaurs, even though I'm like within what? How old are you? No, I mean, well, give me a generous, I guess, if you don't want to tell me. Are you there? Delete. Okay, well, hold
Yeah.
on. Let me
I'll
post
take.
this. What'd you say? Did you say anything?
Yeah, it sounds like my mic's getting cut out for some reason.
Of course it probably is.
Yeah, I don't know why you're not able to hear me.
So, go ahead, restate what you were saying.
I was just talking about the digital ID on the internet. I don't know exactly what he means, but if you have to have a digital ID in order to access the internet, that scares me. But what he mentioned there at the end,
Here's the genius thing. And here, I just pinned the StreamYard comment to YouTube. If you're on Rumble and you're watching, go to YouTube, burn the corporate fiction. And in the chat, you can join the conversation. And yeah, we can have this discussion. But when you're talking about digital ID, here's the situation. Okay, so it's actually brilliant. I really only came across it today, I have to be honest with you. And it honestly does supply a very valuable solution to the way. Because here's the thing. So anybody who thinks they can undo technological advancement wants to destroy society. It's the only way you can do it. Okay. You can only just return us back to the Stone Age and then we have to rebuild. But ultimately, your descendants will be confronted with the same problem of rebuilding the same society, right? So there's this cryptocurrency that just came out that doesn't require you to personally authenticate any of your information. What it does is it takes your information and through its own authentication process places you under a category of authentication. And so essentially what it does is removes your authentication from the vast majority of everyone having access to your birth date and maybe other personal information to just dealing with this one source that has access to your information and can vouch and takes upon the liability of, being erroneous when dealing with your information. So I guess the simple way to put it is it's like a one factor layer of like, yes, I'm 21, but I don't have to tell you my ID, which ultimately, actually, if you think about it, is better than what we have now because the Secretary of State already has your birth date and everything, right? And then you have to show that to everybody that you go try to get a drink from or buy a fucking weed from or whatever the case you're doing that requires an age restriction. You have to show them your entire information. Well, this cryptocurrency, and I shit you not, it's the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. It creates a separation by 1 degree, at least, from your personal information. Just says, we're going to take on the liability. This person is that old and he's trying to buy it. And we are the currency purveyor that's going to allow this person to buy it. And if they're not old enough, we take on that liability. Now, how prepared is the world for that? Because it's honestly the question I'm asking to my audience, because I obviously have transcended to some sort of law guy. And I want to see where my audience is at on that. What do you think? Are you not there again? Okay. Well, I guess. Well, I guess at the end of the day, that's my point, right? So, okay, he just left. He may try to rejoin. But here's the thing. We have our idealism, okay? And we have what we know is right. God, stand by what I'm saying, because when you're in the right, you're in the right. And this is the entirety of what I see with not only Donald Trump and even Elon Musk, right? Because the dark only prospers while it operates within the light. And it's kind of a complicated subject. And I know you guys can't really grasp it right now at the time, but I hope to help you. And, well, I guess at the end of the day, here, if you want to use brute tactics, I would just like anybody who disagrees with me to come on here and debate with me regarding law. Hold on. There's something else I wanted to show too. Hold on. Yeah. No. I think I showed. Oh, here you go. This is how they use psychological operations against you. It's amazing because there's so many of us trying to tell you. Let's watch this. See if Corbett comes back.
Let's start with January 6th.
Sure.
There is no evidence that it is an inside job. It was a fringe conspiracy theory.
And if you had asked me 3 years ago, is there some chance January 6th is an inside job? I would have said that was crazy talk. I would say, looking at the facts of the video footage that have come out, Dana, it is shocking that you still haven't gotten a clear answer of how many federal agents were in the field that day. Look at now the video footage of actually throwing explosives and rubber bullets into what was a peaceful crowd, then releasing to the public what came in response to that. But now look at the video footage that was released, and I'm glad we're talking about it because viewers deserve to look at that footage. Capitol Police literally letting people in who were then now prosecuted. Some of them have gone on to commit suicide because of what the government's doing. That is a case of entrapment. And I think the government has not been transparent about this. There's entrapment going on, and this looks like a case of entrapment. And if you look at even over the last day.
What do you mean by entrapment?
Entrapment means that the police goaded people to do something otherwise than they otherwise wouldn't have done, and then they arrest them for actually doing it. I was in a different place before a lot of that evidence came out, but you have to respond to the evidence. What is your response, or what is anybody else in CNN's response to the video footage that was released of Capitol Police literally just peacefully allowing people into the Capitol?
What we know
or
is
shooting
that
into peaceful crowds.
850 people have been convicted of crimes.
But the reality is many of them were convicted before that information was released.
If they'd never thrown the concussion grenades, if they'd never used the pepper spray, this wouldn't have happened. It was a peaceful protest.
Well, first of all, that entire protest was merely a disorderly tour, right? That's it. That's all that was. And on another note, that's exactly how they plan to use your insurrection to what they're doing as an excuse for terrorism, which they've already laid the who here, and I have to, if anybody, please feel free in the comments to go ahead and tell me, have monitored the anti-terrorism legislation that has been issued since that has occurred. Because that, obviously, if you're like me, you know the only reason that they staged that, which is very obviously staged, was to create anti-terrorism legislation to keep you from being able to protest against them doing what they want, right? Which is like, there is, fuck, I can't explain to you people hard enough how there is actually a dichotomy of power. There's not everybody wants us to be communism. That's not a thing. Right? I'll explain it to you like this. If everybody wanted this to work, it would be working. That's a fact. Are you with us, Unitozer? No? Still.
You there?
Yes. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I went out. I came back in, but if I get muted anymore, I'm just going to step out.
No, we're going to
it's just a Hegelian dialectic. They just want, it's so obvious if you have eyes to see what they're doing. It's like now everything they do, it's just like, it's so blatant to me, but most people don't see it.
But now they've taken it to a fifth dimensional warfare. I won't even say fifth. And they're now wanting people to see this and think that their own side is against them. Think about how that works for a second. You think everything, so you fall into the thought process of my father. Everything's fucked. They're all working together. No, they're not, dude. Like, actually, no, they're not. Like, are they going to be okay no matter what happens? Yes. Okay. Yes, they will both be okay no matter what happens. Because of their family's choices throughout the progression of this experiment from 1776. Yes, they'll be fine. But what this shows us is that they do not each want the same thing. We have the most power in the world. We have all the power in this country because the dollar is the global reserve currency. And guess what? Interestingly, if anybody wants to argue with me about this fact, interestingly, as soon as Donald Trump actually legitimately won the election, which he did only legitimately because so many people were not willing to allow the other option to happen. Think about that. Did not people show up to vote? Who can say any votes were faked on Trump's side? Who can say that? Did you not see the poll watchers? Did you not see people who were like, fuck that? We're not doing that. Right? Can you say that? Do you think Trump stole the election? Fuck no. No, you never say that. Right? And so what you're looking at is now we are very different classes of people between Trump or even maybe between you and I don't know, right? But we're all walks of life. Nothing he says, well, first of all, he won the election against attempted cheating, bro. They attempted to, I did it live on my father's channel. Like the guy was like, he was like, hey, look, they're trying to drop off a bunch of ballots in Detroit from cars that bear California plates, right? And they're dropping them off. And then I just got off the phone with one of my good brothers, and he said, yeah, Kamala just jumped to fucking 67% out of nowhere. That's weird, right? And I said, no, it's because these fucking votes just showed up in Detroit, right? And then immediately all that got swept under the rug, which is whatever anybody wants to do with that. I'm not sure how that works, but then Trump ended up winning in Michigan. But for like a brief period, it was bad news. People don't see that. It's a fact. You can look it up. It was bad news. Okay. What I want, and I'm going to shut this down, and I'm going to play one more clip actually. But what I want from the people who watch my channel is to tell me, well, first of all, tell me what law is and how it works. And I'll give you a hint. It depends entirely upon your consent. 100%. And silence is consent. Okay.
Ryan, did you see any of those videos of all the college students after Trump won, partying in the streets, wearing MAGA hats and running around with flags and such?
It's amazing. Yeah.
You
Guess
did
what?
see those?
Yes, of
That
course.
told you that those people have been suppressed for so long that
Yes.
when they got that opportunity, they took it. And they were
Dude,
like,
I'm
in your
telling you.
fucking face, we're not going to hide from you anymore on these campuses.
Brother, that exact sentiment is the exact point. That's what I've been trying to convey, is like the only reason people have been even accepting what is wrong is because they were so afraid, because that's what we were facing Apophis, man. You know what I mean? And then as soon as we start, of course, people came out like that. I'm glad they did. Like, yes, celebrate. They didn't help us win, but they helped, solidify the win. So yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, people who don't understand, listen, I completely welcome anybody to come onto my show and debate me who thinks they know better about how law works or what law is and how a country's created or any of that stuff. We can have that conversation. Come on to my channel, right? And if you make me look stupid, I'll concede. I'll bow. I'll be like, okay, yeah, listen, I have the humility. I'll be like, well, you knew better than I did. I didn't see that, but I guarantee you don't. You know why? Because I have sacrificed a lot of my life to know what I know, and I guarantee you have not. So the very last thing I'm going to show you is one of my favorite people in the world. It's Tucker Carlson. I fucking love this guy. I do. Like, I watched him wake up. I know he was asleep. I know he was a tool. He knows he was a tool. It's amazing. He'll tell you, I was a fucking tool. Because much like him, we have, well, my awakening was much like his, I guess, is the way I'll say that.
Owner of this country, a person on whose behalf the government exists. There is no Democrat running for anything who could fill a hall like this, who could do it 4 times a day for a year. There's not one.
Because they're communists.
There's no Republican in Washington. Could Mitch McConnell fill this hall? I don't think so.
Covert communists.
Yeah, every boo is deserved if you only knew how deserved those boos were.
Yeah.
One of the things that we learned from Donald Trump, one of the many, many things, completely changed my life watching it. One of the many things we learned
also
is that the Republican Party, the leaders of the Republican Party, really despise their own voters.
Yes.
They had zero interest in improving their lives. And we know this because as 100,000 a year died of drug overdose, as their towns died from offshoring of industry, as their towns were invaded from people from foreign countries who were here illegally, they did nothing.
I have to pause this. Everything he's saying is exactly right. That's how you determine the qualities of the leader. What he's saying is exactly, Republicans, how could they care? They had the ability to introduce legislation that would stop all of this. And trust me, if anybody wants to debate me on what legislation is, but you're completely subject to it because you're an infant. So, hey, and you want to prove me wrong on that, we can have that conversation too. But he's right. This is exactly right. Both parties abandoned the entirety of the American people. 100%. Check this out.
Their attention was focused abroad to the Middle East and Eastern Europe. That's where all the money went. That's where all the prayers went. That's where all the attention went, because that's all they cared about.
Yep.
They didn't care at all about their own voters. And by the way, I didn't really know that. I think most people in this room sense that. You know when someone doesn't care about you, you can feel it. You can feel the contempt. coming off them in oily waves. That's exactly what it is. It's contempt. Joe Biden's not the only one who thinks you're garbage, actually. Mitch McConnell agrees with that. That's a fact. And that's one of the reasons that they don't want Donald Trump back in Washington. But the main reason they don't want Donald Trump back in Washington is something called disclosure. Do you know what disclosure is? Disclosure means sunlight. Disclosure is the principle that you, as an American citizen, an equity owner of this country, not a renter, not a serf, not a slave, but as a citizen, an owner of this country, a person on whose behalf the government exists. There's no other reason to have the government except to serve you, that you have a right to know what that.
Dude, first of all, anybody who doesn't like Tucker Carlson that is watching my channel right now, you should fucking get the fuck out of here, because that was exactly right. That was exactly right. Think about that. You have to think about, first of all, what is the point of life, right? To create the materials or to harvest the materials necessary for life. And then you evolve that to the point of, let's say, a family. Then you evolve that to the point of, let's say, a township. And then you evolve that to the point of, let's say, even a county, which varies from place to place, right? And everybody's supposed to have the same goal of furthering life, but ultimately your voice, your consent, which is what I've been fucking saying, and silence is consent, right? Is what ultimately, whether you like it or not, no matter how diehard fucking, oh, I don't need anybody you are, right? Depends on, because without grocery stores, right? Well, here's the thing. You're just not self-sufficient. Nobody is. And they intentionally made it that way, to where you are not self-sufficient. And so what he's saying is absolutely, this is where the rich and the poor, they come to a union of the mind, because this is what government is. This, everything he just said, is what government is for both of us. 100%. The only reason we ever invented it, it didn't invent itself. It's not some godlike entity. Okay. It achieves the status of godhood because we forget of where it derives its power. So let's back this up actually a little bit and play it.
But the main reason they don't want Donald Trump back in Washington is something called disclosure. Do you know what disclosure is? Disclosure means sunlight. Disclosure is the principle that you, as an American citizen, an equity owner of this country, not a renter, not a serf, not a slave, but as a citizen, an owner of this country, a person on whose behalf the government exists.
Yes.
There's no other reason to have the government except to serve you.
Simple reason.
That you have a right to know what that government is doing with your money in your name.
Yes.
It's not a privilege that you are granted. If they're in a good mood one day, you can know a little bit more about how John F. Kennedy was murdered in 1963. You have an absolute moral right to know because you own it.
Yes, bro. Yes. Are you fucking kidding me? That dude, if he's not careful, he's gonna get his wig peeled back. You fucking kidding me, man? There's those of us that are very good trying to fix this. We just need your support. Okay? You can be a nihilistic, fucking negative fuckhead if you want to be. Okay? That's not going to serve anybody anything, and you're going to actually help the enemy. But this is a perfect clip to end this stream on. And you know what? He's absolutely right. Okay? If you want to know everything, you can. I don't know everything, but I know exactly how this government runs. And guess what? The government didn't teach me that. you can be in the same position. I've tried to teach you that. I've tried. The truth is, you're only going to come to it through your own research and understanding. And I can give you the places to look, and I will always do that. But I can never make you understand. And people go, oh, understand. I don't want to understand anything. I want to understand or overstand and all the stupid shit, right? Well, guess what? You'll always understand law. It's a fact. If you're subject to it, then you understand it. And that's where the very argument comes from. Well, I'm not subject to your law. Okay, cool. Prove it, right? We do this, right? But here's the thing. We just came so fucking close to a near extinction of it. I promise you. I promise you. I know. I'll put my word on it. That if the average stupid people that the people that listen to my channel despise, right? You hate those people. If they didn't show up for Trump, we would be fucked. And I voted for him. He's not perfect. He's an older guy, and he doesn't exactly know the entire way that society works, but he knew enough to know that it was fucked up enough for him to step in, and now we need to help. So that's kind of how that works. And you can think whatever you want about reptilians, draconians, and guess what? That's all part of it, right? But like, until you know what's going on, don't try to influence any actual decisions. The actual decision I'm influencing, because I'm confident enough to say I know exactly what's fucking going on, and I'll debate anybody on it, is we need to support Trump. And if somebody wants to debate me on that, leave a comment. I don't believe government will fix government. I believe the people from whom the government was created, right, will fix government. But I also know, I know that you're a bunch of infants. Because you have no idea the way the world or business works. Even just the simple act of accepting a favor from a friend. You have no idea. And it is based on that simple understanding. So with that, and I appreciate the Unidozer joining me tonight. Apparently he was nixed from the stream, but and I appreciate all of my subscribers and even new subscribers or non-subscribers viewing the content, and I will of course be with you next weekend, barring some, I mean, tonight was my anniversary, so I very rarely skip a weekend, but you know, I understand the displeasure when I do. So you guys have a great night. Thank you for joining me. Yes, Dorian is exact here. Let me put Dorian's comment on the screen before we leave. Yes, absolutely. Oh, nothing except nothing. Exactly. Have a great night, everybody. I will see you next Saturday.